Okay, good morning and welcome to day two. Thanks everyone for getting here nice and promptly this morning. As you will see from the agenda, we have another great lineup of presenters for you today. So hopefully you found the information that was shared yesterday to be extremely useful, and I'm sure today will be just as informative as yesterday was. There is a slight change today in terms of the food across morning tea, afternoon tea and lunch. So I think a couple of people made mention that it was a little bit smelly on the outside because obviously the returfing that they're doing, there's lots of sort of additional soils, etc. being put down on the main stadium. So what they're doing today is they're going to serve the food inside, and so you're more than welcome to either bring it inside and eat it in here, or you can still take it out onto the terrace if you'd like. Okay, now before we get into the main part of the session, we've had some technical work done overnight, so hopefully we'll be able to play a couple of those videos again for you. So we'll start off with one of those this morning.
There she is. Hello.
Oh, look!
How are you?
I'm great.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know.
What's your name?
My name's Darcy Lynn.
Okay, and Darcy, who's that?
My name's Petunia.
It talks.
Is it a bunny?
Yes.
Is that a real bunny? We're going to find out. Okay. And Darcy, why did you both decide to enter the show?
Well, it was one of my big dreams. But also, I would really like to keep ventriloquism alive because it's not common, you know? So.
Well, listen, Darcy, best of luck. I really hope you both do well.
Thank you so much.
All right, good luck.
Are you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Hit it. Wait, you're gonna sing? Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
Wow!
Fish are jumping and the cotton is high.
Wow!
One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing.
Oh my gosh!
Then you'll spread your wings and you'll take to the sky. But till that morning, there ain't nothing can harm you. So hush, little baby, don't you
I love that video. Great to see what children can do, hey? Amazing. Okay, yesterday morning, you'll recall that we had Dr. Stacey Blythe, who provided some insight into caring for infants who had had prenatal exposure to substances. So this morning, she's going to provide some more information in terms of caring for younger people, so children and young people that have also experienced the same substance exposure. So please welcome her back, Stacey.
I feel like they set me up. Yesterday I followed Brooke, today I follow a singing ventriloquist child. Like, how am I supposed to outdo that? I can't. I want to thank you very much again for having me today and indulging me for a second time to share more information. Just before I go any further, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we're on today. And yesterday I did a very bad job of trying to pronounce it. So I've written it on the slide. I'm not going to try and pronounce it today. But I do want to pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging, and extend that respect to any Aboriginal persons who are here today. Okay, so yesterday we talked about what happens in the first 12 months very briefly. It was a whirlwind tour. Today I want to talk about 5 things, and hopefully we'll get through it in 45 minutes. We're going to talk about genetics. We're going to talk about the difference between nature and nurture and how both of them have impacts on children who have been prenatally substance exposed. We'll talk about the fact that every kid's different. You can have 2 children from the same scenario in the same context and get different outcomes, and we have some understanding of why and other understanding of not why. We'll talk about the different influences. We're going to go very, very quickly through that. And then I want to spend some time talking about neuroplasticity. And because neuroplasticity in the context of attachment is the thing that we can use to work most with these children in our care to help them get good outcomes. So one of the things that I'm asked all of the time, and I was asked this at least 3 times yesterday afternoon, is addiction genetic? What do you reckon? Can I see hands? Who thinks addiction is genetic? Who thinks it's not? Who's afraid to vote? Let me share this video with you.
Well, let's talk about genetics. Can you look at a brain of somebody and tell if they're going to become an addict?
It's different from eye color or height, which you're born with brown eyes, you'll have brown eyes for life. The genetics that underlie common chronic disease, whether it's psychiatric disease or diabetes and asthma, is much more complex. And what we're talking about are genes that confer a risk for an illness, not a deterministic surety that they will get that illness. So for example, the genetic risk for addictions is about 50%. That's really heritable. That's more heritable than high cholesterol, high blood pressure.
What do you mean by 50%?
Half of the risk for addiction is genetic.
Really?
Yes.
And what is it? What is it for cancer or for?
For many
heart
cancers,
disease?
it's even less than 50%. So addiction is actually pretty genetic. The challenge is that unlike something, for example, Huntington disease, which is caused by an abnormality in a single gene, and if you have that abnormal copy of the gene, you will get Huntington's disease with 100% assurance. That's not the case in addiction, because only half of the risk is genetic, and the rest depends on all sorts of other things.
We are coming to realize that it's not like with Huntington, where you identify a gene and you know you're going to develop the disease. But what we're understanding is that these genes are influencing the way that the brain develops and ultimately functions. So the risk that they are imposing has to do with the fact that your brain will be responding to an environmental insult in a different way. One of the most investigated is, for example, a gene that modifies the way that the amygdala, which is a limbic area, responds to stress. So if you have this gene that is a high-risk gene, it will make you much more vulnerable to depression, but only if you are in a stressful environment. The same thing, for example, since now it's so much in the news, the association between certain people taking marijuana and then developing schizophrenia. What now is coming to realize is that if you have a certain gene which has a risk allele that makes you more vulnerable to schizophrenia, if you smoke marijuana, then can accelerate the process. So we're understanding genes as influencing the risk, and this is not just for drug addiction, for all of the mental diseases, for basically most of them, but even for many of the medical diseases, such as diabetes or obesity. You may have a gene that creates a vulnerability, but if you don't expose to the environmental insult, it will never happen, which is from the policy perspective and from the healthcare perspective very important, because it doesn't mean you are predestined to develop that disease, but you can actually do interventions that can help that individual, that can protect that person from the development of these conditions.
Isn't that great news? So 50% of addiction is inheritable, but if you have the right context and the right protective factors in place, then you can prevent that happening. And that's where we come into play, right? That's where we keep children safe. So children who have been prenatally substance exposed, the research demonstrates to us that they are more likely to develop addictions later in life. They will use substances at an earlier age, they will engage in sexual activity at a younger age, and they will take risks at a younger age compared to their peers. And we'll talk more about why later so that you understand that. But what we know is that if they are carrying that gene that makes them predisposed to addiction, if we create environments that are safe and protective, they are less likely to become addicts. Does that make sense? That's hope. You gotta focus on the good side, not the, oh gosh, they got a 50-50 chance. No, they have a great chance of not becoming addicts themselves because they have loving homes and families who will help look after them. So that's really important. One of the other things that I want to talk about when we talk about genetics, though, is a relatively new field of research and science called epigenetics. And epigenetics talks about how the environment can actually change the way genes are expressed. So this is another added layer of hope for the kids that are in our care. And just another real quick short video. I'll let Jack Mack explain it to you.
Hi, this is Jack Mack, and I want to talk to you about the fascinating science of genetics. Well, in actual fact, I want to talk to you about the new exciting field of genetic science called epigenetics. Now, epi literally means above. So when I say epigenetics, I mean above genetics. Our bodies are made up of cells, and inside our cells, there's a nucleus. Inside the nucleus are things called chromosomes, and our chromosomes are made up out of DNA, which is our genetic blueprint for life. Our DNA blueprints are completely finalized at the moment of conception, and they never change throughout our entire lifetime. These blueprints determine our default future physical characteristics. Things like whether we'll be male or female, how tall we might grow, what our hair or eye color might be, etc. However, the genes don't always do what they're supposed to do. Although the DNA blueprint never changes, the packaging around the DNA, things called methyl groups and histones, sometimes switch off the gene and therefore stop it from acting according to plan. Epigenetics studies these potential changes and how these changes can be passed along to our children along with the DNA itself. It's like sticking post-it notes to a blueprint and saying, that's the plan, but don't do that part of the plan. To understand this best, it helps to think about twins. What's up? Identical twins have the exact same genetic DNA blueprint in every single way. And if we separate two exact identical twins for 3 decades, the first experiences a peaceful, happy life with access to a healthy diet and no major emotional trauma or stress in his work. The other is malnourished as a child, addicted to drugs as a teen, and grows overweight in his 20s. He loses his wife to a car accident and has a very high-stress job. Standing them side by side after 30 years, we would likely see some very visible external differences. But more than that, there would be lasting changes at an epigenetic level. The blueprint would remain unchanged and identical, but the overriding cellular activity would have changed the way some of those genes had expressed themselves permanently. This science is very new, but early indications suggest that these epigenetic changes not only impact the individual, but can potentially be passed on to children, grandchildren, and beyond. Things like stress and diet seem to have a profound lasting effect over how our genetic blueprint operates. And so a stressed pregnant mother with a bad diet could potentially be impacting the epigenetics of her grandchildren. This is a fascinating new field of science and one we're certain to hear more about. But for now, I'll just be trying to manage my own diet and stress, not just for my sake, but for the sake of my grandchildren. Jack Mack, over and out.
Isn't it nice that he's thinking so far ahead, right? So yesterday when we talked about addiction and we talked about women who are pregnant and have addictions, we talked about the fact that they fail to seek prenatal care, that the contexts that they're living in are highly stressful, meaning that they have high levels of cortisol. We talked about the fact that some drugs like MDMA actually cause an artificial rise in cortisol up to 800% higher than what it should be, and that there are neurotoxic effects related to that. And we talked about the fact that a lot of these substances will suppress their appetite, or if they do have an appetite, they will be spending their time and money looking for more of the substances rather than good nutrition. So when we're talking about stressed, undernourished moms, and that having huge implications on unborn children, we're talking about these moms, aren't we? This research and this area of study first started way back at the end of World War II with the Dutch famine, and you can look that up online. You'll find some information about it. But what they found is there was an area in the Netherlands that was cut off during the war, and they had a famine at the time. It was cold. They were cold, so to keep warm, some women ended up pregnant. Yeah, I'm glad you got that joke. You never know. And what they did is they tracked these children as they grew up. So those women who were able to carry their children during a very stressful time in a nutritionally deficient environment, they tracked those children for 6 decades and compared them to the other children that were conceived and born during the same time in the Netherlands. And what they found is when they grew up, they were more likely to be unemployed, they were more likely to be obese, they were more likely to have metabolic syndromes, they were more likely to have high cholesterol, they were more likely to be hospitalized and have a whole host of chronic illnesses. And that was just these 2,400 and some odd kids who were born in this particular context compared to the rest of the country. So it has huge implications. What happens during pregnancy has huge implications for the long-term outcomes of those unborn children. And this was one of the first studies to demonstrate that the environment can have that sort of significant effect. So what are the implications for us as foster families who look after children and understanding that there are epigenetic factors? Well, the truth is that they are not only carrying the genetics of their parents, they're carrying the genetics of their families and the environments from which they've come. And so they have the proverbial family baggage that we probably know very little about. There's no way we can know, I mean, most carers say they don't know enough history because of confidentiality and that sort of thing, but we probably know even less than we think we know. And so what we need to be doing is being much more proactive in our care of the children who are with us. It's not good enough to wait for them to slowly progress through the developmental stages. We need to be nudging them along, not pushing them and asking them to perform, but being very aware of whether or not they're hitting those milestones and helping them to do so. Very important. Okay, so when we talk about some of the longer-term implications of being prenatally substance exposed, I'm going to just aggregate everything together. So rather than say cocaine does this and heroin does that and meth does that, I'm going to put everything together. One of the reasons why I'm going to do that is time. The other reason is often when women are using substances, it's not just one. Often children are exposed to a cocktail of substances. And even if we were able to test the babies when they're born to find out what's in their system, it doesn't mean that's the only substance that they've been exposed to because pregnancy is 9 months long. And we can have been exposed to things much earlier on that are not being picked up now. So I'm going to paint for you the worst case scenario. Yes, I'm such a downer, I'm so sorry. But if I give you the worst case scenario, then you can be thinking about the children in your care and doing a couple of fist pumps if it's not happening to your kids and be really thankful that they're not the worst case that's out there. One of the things that's really common for children who are substance exposed is that they're small. Particularly nicotine and methamphetamine babies tend to be smaller. We talked about FASD also making children small. So that's something that we need to be really aware of. We need to be looking at the growth charts. But we also need to understand that this has huge implications for their mental health. So it's okay, for kids to be little when they're little, but as they start to approach adolescence, particularly for boys, and I don't mean to make gender issues, but particularly for boys, it's much harder to be small. It's okay for a girl to be petite. See, we even have a nice name for it, right? For girls, they're petite. But we don't have a nice name for boys who aren't an average height or weight or size. And so we need to start working with them really early on to make sure that they value themselves for who they are, not their stature. And it can happen. I have my eldest son in care. He's quite little. When he first came to me, he was 2 years old. He was wearing size 0 shorts, and they went to his ankles. He was a really tiny little kid. And now that he's 19 years old, he's about to hear on me. And I'm cheating, I have heels on, but he's about to hear on me. So he's not super tall. He has got the biggest personality out there. He has never suffered with small man syndrome because from a very early age, I told him dynamite comes in small packages. And I've worked with him for a really long time to make sure that his mental health is not reliant on how he looks. And it was also really important to be honest with him because so many people all through high school said, don't worry, your growth spurt's coming. That gives false hope, right? So I was really careful to say to him, these are some responses we can have when people say that. Don't turn around and go, no, it's not. but let's talk about the reality. People are good intentioned, but sometimes that can actually cause some damage. Okay, this is the one I really want to spend some time on. So I know I didn't give you a lot about physical. We talked about the fact that there can be malformations and they can have trouble with hearing and vision and things like that, so make sure that you're getting the regular checks. The presentation yesterday about the Navigator program, I was so excited. I was like, oh, bring that back to my state. I thought it was brilliant, so I hope that that program gets rolled out across Western Australia because it sounds like they're getting really good outcomes. But she talked a little bit about executive function yesterday, and so did Dr. Carla, and I can't remember her last name, who spoke yesterday afternoon, talked a little bit about executive function. Executive function I want to talk about now because it talks about the cognitive ability of children. I'm not talking about IQ, because IQ is different, but I'm talking about their ability to think and process. Executive function can be summarized as three main things: short-term working memory, mental flexibility, and impulse control. Right? Those three things working together are what help us as adults function in society on a regular basis. Executive function primarily happens in the prefrontal cortex of the brain, so this front part of the brain, which is the last part of the brain to develop. Incidentally, I showed you a video yesterday about how methamphetamine affects the brain, and methamphetamine works directly on dopamine receptors, remember, our feel-good hormone? Most of the dopamine receptors in our body are in our prefrontal cortex. So if that is the part of the brain that has been altered by the drugs, what do you think happens to the executive functioning of a child who's developed in that environment? Extremely compromised. And we have a society that's developed that expects children to develop along a certain trajectory, which is why I like this slide, and I know it's hard for you to see, but it's easy for me to speak to, and you'll get the slides later. We have a society that expects children to develop their executive function according to a typical fashion, and when that doesn't happen, children are very quickly labeled. So a 3-year-old child, if you have a play date with a 3-year-old child, and you go over to your friend's house, I take my 3-year-old to my friend's house, and they're playing with Barbie dolls. And I've got my little girl and her little friend, and they're playing with Barbie dolls, and the little friend has a Barbie doll, and my little girl wants it. At 3 years old, what's she gonna do? She's gonna take it, right? That's what 3-year-olds do. And then I'm gonna come in and go, no, no, we have to take turns. It's her turn first, you play for a while, and then anyone ever watch the Super Nanny? Super Nanny's huge on this, right? She says, sit and play with your kids. And then you sit and play with them and go, okay, you've had your turn, now it's your turn. And you teach them how to take turns. That is the beginning of developing executive function, right? Because that is impulse control. I want the doll, but I'm gonna wait. That's impulse control. We expect 3-year-olds to start learning that so that by the time they get to school, around 5 or 6 years of age, they have a certain amount of impulse control, right? So, first day of kindergarten, actually the whole first term of kindergarten, you don't see the kindergartners. The rest of the school isn't even aware that they're there. You know why? Because they're down in the back paddock practicing how to line up. Seriously. And then they make a big deal out of it. Once they learn how to line up, they're like, the kindergarten's gonna join us today, and they come walking in. Because it takes them a couple of months to actually be able to make sure that all the children have the impulse control to be able to line up. The teacher will put the line on the ground and say, I'm standing at the end of the line, here's the line here. I want you all to go play until I blow the whistle, and when I blow the whistle, I want you to all come line up on the line. So off they go and play, I blow the whistle, they all come running back. Now where do they want to be? They want to be at the front of the line, right? Everyone wants to be closest to the teacher. No one wants to be at the back of the line. So they all come running to be here, and it's like seagulls to a hot ship. And so slowly but surely, the teacher will show them, you can line up anywhere along the line. This is what you do. This is how you do it. Then once they learn how to do that, then the teacher's going to say, okay, it's Tommy's turn to be the line leader. So Tommy's going to be first. When I blow the whistle, I want everyone to come back, and Tommy's going to be first in line. So off they go, they all go and play, and then they all come running back, and the really good kids will come back, and they'll go to be first, but they get there before Tommy, so they leave space so that Tommy can get in, right? Unless you have compromised executive functioning. And this was my child all over. My child, there I am, front of line. Big smile on my face, right? And the teacher says, what are you doing? I'm lining up. Is it your turn to be first? Nope. Then why are you first? Because I want to be. Whose turn is it? It's Tommy's. Then why are you first? Because I want to be. Now, that's a really honest answer. Every child in that line wants to be first, but had the impulse control not to be. So a child who has compromised executive function really early on at school is going to get labeled as not following directions, right? Is this ringing a bell with anyone? I see lots of heads nodding. So as life goes on and as time progresses, right, kids get older. In kindergarten, you can give them one instruction at a time, only one, because they can't remember anything else. By the time they get to second grade, you can give them 3 instructions. Put your books away, go get your lunchbox, come sit on the carpet. That takes short-term working memory. And now that I'm through menopause, I found that I don't have one anymore. So I have some executive function issues happening. But for a child who has compromised executive functioning, they might get up, they might put their book away, they might even remember to go get their lunchbox. And then they're wandering around the room because they can't remember what the third thing was. Again, very quickly labeled as not following directions. This is not a behavioral issue. This is a neurologic dysfunction in the brain. You know, if a child has a neurologic dysfunction that renders them paralyzed, they're in a car accident, God forbid, and they can't walk anymore, the school will rally around them, raise funds, put in a ramp, put in a lift, make sure they're at the front of the assembly, because we can see that symptom and sympathize with that symptom. But when the symptom is this, we're a whole lot less empathetic. But it's no different. It is a neurologic disorder. But there is hope. We can train it. We can improve it. It's like building muscles. We have to create scenarios. This is where we have to be so proactive. Children aren't going to naturally learn it. We have to repeatedly give them opportunities to learn to control their impulse. We have to repeatedly give them opportunities to build up their memory or give them strategies to do so. So for young kids, if they're having trouble in the classroom, they can't remember, let's put pictures on the board, right? Book, lunchbox, carpet, easy enough to follow. Do the same thing at home. Have a little card at home. They come home from school, got a little card hanging on the door that's got a backpack, shoes, and a piece of cake. This is before they can read, obviously. So they come home and they know they got to put their school bag away, take their shoes off, and go have afternoon tea. Easy, right? There's prompts there to remember. After long enough, when it becomes routine, how many kids in here just love, how many of you have kids who love routine? Hate deviating from routine, right? Once it's routine, they don't need the cues anymore, okay? In the classroom, sometimes you have really maternal, nurturing children who are high achievers. Buddy them up. I've got a daughter who just loves looking after other kids. She'd be a perfect partner for someone who has compromised executive functioning. She would very easily go, come on, Stacy, we're supposed to be on the carpet now. Why not build to her strengths and help the other child, right? So these are some of the things that we need to be thinking about. As they get older, when they go to high school, oh my goodness, high school. For a child who has compromised executive functioning, I have 3 kids who spent the first 3 weeks in detention. You know why? Because not only do they have to change classrooms, but we have week A and week B. I mean, what's with that? So hard to remember where they're supposed to be. So building into them strategies that they can use that will help them with their short-term working memory. The mental flexibility component is the ability to abstract thought from one place to another. I learned how to do this here, and I can apply that learning there. Really, really difficult for them. Or the ability to adapt when things change. So when routine's in place, it's perfect. As soon as routine is not in place, I can't cope because I don't have the ability to adapt. I have one son, he's 16 now. When he was little and he would be getting ready for school, I mean, I had 8 kids in the house, right? In my house. So I'm constantly yelling out, have you got your shoes? Have you brushed your teeth? Have you packed your lunch? Do you remember that you have soccer today? If I do that to this one kid, I ruin his morning. Because if I yell out something and it's not where he's up to in his routine, he will completely forget everything. He will get in the car with one shoe on because I've interrupted him putting his shoes on. Now, I'm not saying we need to encourage them to be that rigid in their world, but what I am saying is we need to be giving them strategies to be able to function without that ability. And I would love to say more, but I only have another 10 minutes. So we're going to move forward. The other thing that we find with kids who have been, not just compromised executive function, but who have experienced prenatal substance exposure is many of them experience motor and language delays. And this is another reason why it's really, really important to know what the normal developmental milestones are so that you can pick it up really early on. And it's really interesting when we think about language development, it's not just learning to talk. It takes motor skills. You know, the first thing we teach them to do is to point, right? They walk into the kitchen, they point to the cup on the bench, they want a drink, point and grunt, right? But they're communicating. They learn to give off cues and they learn to receive them from us as well, serve and return. And it's really important that we continue to help them build that up. And they learn at different rates too. So expressive language is their ability to express themselves to us, and receptive language is their ability to understand us. And sometimes one gets developed more than the other. My grandson is a wonderful, wonderful example of this, and I know it's going to take time, but I'm going to tell a story anyway. When he was about 12 months old, he was over visiting with my daughter. And for some reason, even though I'd had 8 children and have also looked after short-term foster children, my daughter seems to think that if she's in my house, it's my responsibility to change the nappy. Like I haven't done enough over the years. But my grandson needed a nappy change, so I changed his nappy, rolled it up, put it in the nappy bag, tied it all up, and I handed it to him, and I said, Leo, go put this in the bin. We were in the lounge room. He had to go from the lounge room, through the dining room, into the kitchen, open up a cupboard, drop it in the bin, close the cupboard, and walk back. And he did that at 12 months old, because he's pretty awesome. He gets it from me. I'm sure it wasn't his granddad, that's for sure. And so he did that, no problem. That's receptive language. He understood and he had the thought processes to be able to make that whole journey. I didn't tell him to do that. He figured out that's what needed to be done. But he did not walk back into the lounge room and say to me, why, thank you, grandmother. That's the best nappy changing experience I've ever had in my life. Because he didn't have the expressive language yet at that time. So language develops at different rates. One of the things that I used to do with my children when I learned that we can have these language delays because of their prenatal exposure, I had a book that I used to sit down with, and I had pictures. So we had apples and bears and carrots and, you know, the whole alphabet, and I would sit with them in my lap. And I would say, where's the apple? And I would point, there's the apple, where's the apple? There's the apple, where's the apple? And then I'd take their hand, where's the apple? There's the apple, where's the apple? And I would do this over and over again because I wanted to get it into their long-term memory. I had one child who I just thought it was never going to talk. He was never going to get it. And what I came to find out was he actually had a really slow processing speed, which means the information was going in and it took him longer to digest the information and respond. I have a very fast processing speed. So for someone who has a fast processing speed, to have children with slow processing speeds, it's a real character building environment. But what I found one day, I had him on my lap and we were going through, we were up to where's the bear? Here's the bear, where's the bear? There's the bear, and he's not doing anything. One of the other kids came in, started talking to me, and while they were talking to me and I had stopped doing what I was doing, Byron touched the bear. And I realized his IQ's fine, he's just slow processing. And that can be a real issue at school too for these kids. So when a teacher walks up to them and says, you know, there's been a scuffle in the playground and someone's saying it's his fault and the teacher said, what happened in the playground? While he's thinking, okay, what happened in the playground? We were in the playground. He's thinking, the teacher is now asking again, I asked you a question, what happened in the playground? Now I'm starting to panic because I'm thinking through how to put my words together. And the teacher asks again, I asked you a question, what happened in the playground? Now I've got tears in my eyes because I'm stressed and I'm triggered. And the teacher interprets that as guilt, and whatever the other kid said is what they believe. And then when I go to the school the next day, after my son's had time to put his words together and explain to me what happened, I get told he's had all night to come up with that, right? So I put in place a strategy for my son that whenever he's in that situation and a teacher's asking him a question, I want you to put your hand up and say, just a minute, I'm looking for the words. And we practice this at home over and over again to get it into his long-term memory. Doesn't work every time, and not every teacher in the school knew him well, but if a kid at school goes, just a minute, I'm looking for the words, the teacher's gonna go, excuse me, right? So good strategy to give him some support. Motor development, I talked about motor development being very delayed. They're slow to sit up, they're slow to roll over, they're slow to pass objects from one hand to another. This is so important. This shows that the left and the right side of the brain are talking to each other. If they can't do this, we've got some real issues moving forward. So this is something we need to be helping them to learn to do at an early age. Scholastic development, and this one always, I'm a very highly educated woman. I'm addicted to learning, and so I keep going back to uni. I'm starting a new course. Well, I think I started last week, but I haven't looked at the thing yet. But one of the things that I found, a colleague of mine, Dr. Julie Uwe, she's a professor at UNSW in Sydney and a neonatologist who's really passionate about substance-exposed infants. And she did a big data linkage study with kids in New South Wales. And you can see from this slide, she looked at the general population of kids in New South Wales. She looked at kids who were prenatally substance exposed and diagnosed with NAS, or the withdrawal syndrome. And then the matched controls were extremely premature babies. And the research demonstrates that extremely premature babies, and we're talking about babies that are born at like 5 and 6 months, like the miracle babies who you don't think will survive, tend to perform poor academically. So we already knew that. She looked at their scores in year 3, year 5, and year 7, and clearly we have some academic underachievement happening. Now that would be a combination of the behavioral issues because of the executive function happening, potentially because of trauma as well, but also just because they're just behind. They're a bit slower, the processing speed's not there, they might not be able to finish all of their assessments because it takes them so much longer than everyone else. But I'd like to point out when you look at this slide that if you look at year 7 for those babies diagnosed with NAS, they are actually performing behind the extremely premature babies in year 5. So in year 7, they're performing behind a year 5 level. That's huge. What are the implications for that? Well, kids have strengths other than academics, right? Academics is not the most important thing at the end of the day. I've had many conversations with many school counselors and principals who have me on speed dial when they're upset because one of the kids hasn't done something, or they haven't finished an assignment, or the teacher's complaining that they haven't done anything. And I'm like, yeah, but you know what? She's got friends. And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, do you know how amazing it is that she has friends? The kids in out-of-home care are often so isolated. I don't care if she's failing math. She's got a phone with a calculator on it. She can always ring her mom if she's struggling to do her taxes, and I'll pay someone to do them for her because I don't do my own. You know what I mean? Like, it's at the end of the day, academics is not the most important thing. I have a son who failed math. He did terrible at math. He's currently doing a traineeship to become a train guard, and he gets free transport now. I mean, how smart is that, right? Academics are not the only thing. Not every child's going to do this, but it happens. I want to show you this video. I know I'm just a little bit over. I'm going to just 2 minutes. This next video is really important because this is neuroplasticity. This is what we need to be thinking about when we're working with these children who have these executive function delays, because this gives us the power to be able to help them rewire their brains.
Not so long ago, many scientists believed that the brain did not change after childhood, that it was hardwired and fixed by the time we became adults. But recent advances in only the last decade now tell us that this is simply not true. The brain can and does change throughout our lives. It is adaptable, like plastic. Hence, neuroscientists call this neuroplasticity. How does neuroplasticity work? If you think of your brain as a dynamic, connected power grid, there are billions of pathways or roads lighting up every time you think, feel, or do something. Some of these roads are well-traveled. These are our habits, our established ways of thinking, feeling, and doing. Every time we think in a certain way, practice a particular task, or feel a specific emotion, we strengthen this road. It becomes easier for our brains to travel this pathway. Say we think about something differently, learn a new task, or choose a different emotion. We start carving out a new road. If we keep travelling that road, our brains begin to use this pathway more, and this new way of thinking, feeling, or doing becomes second nature. The old pathway gets used less and weakens. This process of rewiring your brain by forming new connections and weakening old ones is neuroplasticity in action. The good news is that we all have the ability to learn and change by rewiring our brains. If you have ever changed a bad habit or thought about something differently, you have carved a new pathway in your brain and experienced neuroplasticity firsthand. With repeated and directed attention towards your desired change, you can rewire your brain.
Now, the great thing about neuroplasticity is that with children, we have two really fantastic windows where their brains are more malleable than ours are. You know, I'm an old dog. It's hard to teach me new tricks, but you can. It just takes time. For children, the first 5,000 days or the first 5 years of their life is when they undergo what we call synaptic pruning. They've got all of these nerve endings in there, and then if we start working with them in those early days, we're going to be able to embed new pathways a whole lot easier. The second time in their life that it's really easy to work with them, and don't laugh when I say this, when it's really easy to work with them is late adolescence. Yeah, I know. They roll their eyes at you while you do it, but they undergo this second synaptic pruning during their later adolescent years, so their brain is more malleable. This is during the time when the boys seem to go from having language skills to only grunting. That's about when it happens. And we have the opportunity at that point to help them rewire their brains and learn strategies that are going to support them throughout their life. And I have to emphasize, the best way to help them learn these strategies is within the context of an attachment relationship. Psychologists are great, medical professionals are great. Let them give you homework and you do it with the children, because you are the ones that they're going to feel safe with, and you are the ones that are going to have the biggest impact on them. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Stacey. That was a great presentation. I don't know about you, I had a bit of a light bulb moment there with some of the behaviours from some of our children a few years ago. It's the sort of information I'd like to have had when they were younger. I have been asked to make a comment about parking. Apparently, if people are parked outside, some of these signs are saying that there's a four-hour parking limit. I'm assured that's not the case today. That only applies apparently when there's events on in the stadium. So if you've parked down there, don't worry about the 4-hour limit. We now have the opportunity to welcome back Sharon Wood-Kenny, who delivered the wonderful Welcome to Country yesterday. Sharon also provides a range of unique diversity and cultural immersive training across WA, and today she's going to talk to us about a presentation titled Perception is Our Truth. Please welcome Sharon back again.
How are we all? Am I on? Am I on? This is magic, isn't it? You just walk around and you start talking. How are we all? We're going all right? Kaya, can you say Kaya? Put a bit of language straight into it. Thanks for having me back. You're walking next to me, what are you telling me? You're going to roughen me up. I told him that would happen.
I thought it would be alright.
Just a bit of technical stuff, guys. Hang on a minute.
Let's just put it this way.
How often do you get a young man come and want to touch you up the top? I don't know. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that in here, so if I'm not, please rewind and take it back. Are there any take-backs? That kind of leads me straight into what we really want to talk about today is there any take-backs in life? I don't think there are. I'm not going to stay up here for long because I'm going to move around the room because, for one, I reckon the people at the back want to be up the front, the people to the side want to be up the front, and the people over here want to be up the front. And that is my perception of life. Is it true? Do we all want to be at the front of the room at some point? Do we? You can talk back to me. Please talk back to me. It feels weird. It's like being at home and no one answers you when you ask them to get a job.
We ended up being at the front because we came late and nobody else wanted to be at the front.
Well, it's funny how you end up at the front. There we go. That's the thing. But the perception for me also when I walk in the room sometimes is the people at the front are the VIPs. Is that right? Is that always correct? Is it all the naughty kids are at the back? Is that true? Yes, I know there are a few. I can definitely see you and I know who you are. I do know lots of people in this room, so it's getting pretty awkward when I say these things. I'm not directing this at you. I say this all the time, all right? It's not meant for you personally. But really, when we talk about perception as our truth, thanks for the intro today, David, and for having me. I think one of the key things we need to think about in that, we're rolling this training out right now across WA with the WA Police. I feel really proud to say that. If you were here yesterday, you know I'm a girl from the KGB. And I think I should be really, really proud about being able to design some training that's now rolling out in WA Police. We've co-designed it in line with the things that are happening for their agency and the difficulties they're having around deaths in custody, around perception of our mob, thinking people are racist or biased or not giving a fair go. There's many statistics around that say that that's the case, and I'm not going to get into that. It's not a political thing today. But really for today was about coming in and sharing with you some tools we think we have. I think they're pretty remarkable. I'm watching the difference right now in many places and just honestly realising something that my son said to me when he was a WA policeman. My boy was a police person. When he was in there, one thing he kept coming home and saying to me, Mum, really good people say really stupid things. And what do you mean, mate? And he goes, people are so biased. They're really, really biased. It's a 22-year-old young man working in the police and working with his mob, and he's involved in community forever. And your perception right now be that I'm saying that police were racist towards him, but what he's saying is the opposite. He's saying he often seen people come in that he knew from community and be going, you white, you know, you're being racist, it's just racist. And he's going, well, we're not. We're not. He watched his first shift. He watched a woman around my age, around 50, I'll be honest, I'm not going to lie to you again, get her arm broken in her first shift and be called a white piece of crap. And that devastated him to come home and say it to me. So for me, as an advocate on the Noongar family safety wellbeing, you know, I'm standing at the front of all these protests going, when I was younger, saying, you know, we've got to change this, what's happening here, you know, you're not looking at our mob fairly, and actually being on the end of that where it happened to me and to our family constantly, that's my job as an advocate, to go on, hang on a minute, it looks like everyone's feeling the same. Everyone's feeling that they're getting called this and we're getting left in this. So we're all feeling like this, further away from each other. When really what he said to me after that was, they're all good people, Mum. They're all good people, but they just, for some reason, their belief is they don't like each other. And he goes, and when you start thinking like that, it actually happens. It's true. If I walk in a room and I think you don't like me, I'm going to be, you know, it's like the mother-in-law, isn't it? And I'm not talking about mine either, so this is not real. Don't even try to use that against me. But you know what I mean? So when we walk into a room and our perception is already that you don't like me, what happens to us? We get fearful. We do, we get fearful. And everyone's behaviour is different when we're fearful. Is that true? Some people get crazy. Some people back away. Some people hide. Some people run. And when we run, what happens to us? For me, for my story, for my kids, when our kids run, we see horrible things happen. And we need to change that. Hence the reason why I stepped into the circle. I was pretty brave. I copped a bit of flack. But we've come full circle now and everyone's coming in with me. So it feels pretty good for the moment. Are we going to solve the big solution around bias and racism and around deaths in custody and around children being removed in the wrong way and this happening? And are we ever going to be able to help people feel like we're getting a fair and just go at life? I don't think that's really obtainable, but I'm going to give it a bloody good crack on my way through. And I think that's what every single person in this room needs to try to do. Yeah? I'm looking straight at you, am I right? This is my tool for today, all right? There you go. But you know, when we start thinking about it like that, so how do we unpack bias? What is bias? What is prejudice? What is it? Again, no assumption for anyone in the room here today that that's what's going on. But as a counsellor and the secretary for the Noongar Family Safety Wellbeing Council for a couple of years before my son passed last year, I'm still on the council, but I stepped back from that role. But watching all the things we're reading about our kids being taken and what's happened, you've heard about the 1908 Act or the 1905 Act, whatever one you want to call it, was going for a while. You've heard about the 1967 referendum, where it tells us that Aboriginal people had a right to vote. 90% of people in Australia voted for Aboriginal people to have a right, by the way. And I was in a room yesterday with the coppers and we were talking about it. I'm allowed to call them coppers because I'm part of them, so I'm part of the Blue family, don't get worried. But we were in the room yesterday and we said they said, oh, it was unsuccessful. I said, well, it was actually a successful vote. Everyone voted for it, said yes, but what changed from there? What actually changed in the nation? Did everyone understand what that vote was meant to be? And what the vote was for was to say that we value Aboriginal people, that we are sorry, because sorry days happen as well, we apologise for the policy that was put in place that took away the children from the 1905 or the 1908 Act. That's what was put in place. That's what's happening in this country. The politicians said it. And the people today, the leadership we got today, I think they just left the room when I got up. Did they leave the room when I got up? But they're my friends, actually, because they're doing it differently. It's very different because they understand the history of country. And I say as carers and as people, because we know we're talking about this room, if you work in this space, it's really difficult to hear people say, you know, you just take all my kids, this happens, you don't give our kids to Aboriginal families, and this is, it's all this stuff, and it's overwhelming. It takes our breath away. It takes my breath away to sit at a table and hear it continue to happen. And we know we haven't got the numbers to look after all our kids. But what I also know is, in the past, sorry to say it, but it's the truth, in the past, it wasn't assessed in a way that was fair and just because there wasn't value put on Aboriginal people. There wasn't. Our kids were taken just because we're Aboriginal, because we had fairer skin or darker skin, or we were graded, or because we didn't live in the right place. But we also weren't given houses, and we also weren't given jobs. From the things that happened in this country, it was taken away from us. And if you were here yesterday, you heard me talk about the importance of culture, the rich culture. You know, you walk around the room, you're sharing that. I wish I'd dim the lights again. Can that happen again? We dim the lights and make it a bit softer. Because when it's harsh, it's horrible, and it's heartbreaking, and it's really cruel to ask everyone to come into a room and to have the right feeling or the right heart set or headset, whatever you want to call it, to respect Aboriginal people, especially when you're a carer or someone that works with that and you are seeing the worst of the worst. You are seeing Aboriginal families on their worst day. You are, because that's why you're there. But everyone's family whose kids are in care, that's what's happening. It's their worst day, it's their worst time. And as someone who's been a carer for 17 years, and have looked after so many kids in our family over the years, I can't even remember how many, to be honest. But the support we've given, my whole intention the whole time was never to keep the children, it was to give them back to their mums when they got okay. That's the concept of fostering. And how do we even do that and love these kids and give them everything and then hand them back? That's freaking tough. Am I right? Is it tough? It's tough for everyone. But imagine how tough it feels for you to hand them back. Imagine how hard it's been for those parents to not have them. Imagine how hard it's been knowing that you weren't doing enough to keep your babies. And as a mum who lost a son, who's walking through grief, I can tell you, mate, it's very, very hard to sleep sometimes. You wake up and you're like, oh. It's really hard to do basic things because grief and loss is horrendous. It is horrible. It's probably the worst thing that we can go through in life. I really think that grief is really hard. And even if we've got the best tools, look, I'm a counsellor, I've worked in this space for all my life. I've got every tool, I've got every friend and every person around me. But they can't help that. So when we think about fostering, what it's meant to mean, what our perception of fostering is, it is meant to be, it was always set up to be a safe space for these kids to belong, heal, grow, go home. Does it make you want to do it any less? I hope not. Does it make us want to fight way harder for Aboriginal people to fit into community everywhere and to be respected? I think it should. Because if you can love the kids, you know that one day they become adults, right? And no matter how much we love kids, they will always miss their mums and dads. They'll always look for them. I had a 17-year-old kid and I've looked after her and I've loved her. She's actually my blood. But I've got a girl who's got something, there's something not quite okay because of her mum not being there. And I hear it in the conversation. She's a great kid. She's about to go on the police. She's doing great, getting her licence. But that's always something that she carries. Even though we've loved her and we've done everything. We have. And I think I'm pretty great, mum. But yeah, you just got to think about it like that. It's a deep conversation, isn't it? you want me to get off now? Am I out? Am I kicked off? But I suppose when we think of it like that and we're brave enough to share those stories and to say that, look, I don't share that story everywhere in every room. I really don't, because it's our private business. But I think when you understand that and where I'm coming from when I speak to this, it makes you realise that I'm walking with you. I respect everyone's roles that we play. But we've got to understand in the past, it wasn't just how our kids were taken. We weren't given the reunification conversations. We weren't actually offered opportunities for families to take on their own kids. It wasn't happening. It wasn't happening. It wasn't. I've worked here forever. I've lived it. I've been part of it. I've actually gone through it. I was taken, my own other niece was given to someone else when they should have been given to me. Had to do a phone a friend. Still didn't work. Had to do all these things. And in the end, I had to make a decision to go, I can't do 5 more years of court. I've done it for everyone else. I've gone through all these processes. I can't do it anymore. It's enough. It's drowning me. I've got these kids. I've got to look after them. So sometimes people have to step back just for their own sanity or their own heart space to breathe. Sometimes there's other reasons why. Because we are so heavily affected. I've watched the presentations, and unfortunately we're hearing so much deficit discourse around the drugs and the alcohol and the FASD and the learning difficulties and the brokenness and all this stuff. We're hearing all of that. It is definitely there. But we have so much strength and culture and pride and honour and integrity if we're given a go. We don't necessarily fit into the system that wants to make us go like into boxes. Boxes are for when we pass away, guys. If culture fits in boxes, we're not doing it right. If we're ticking your box all the way down, it's not right. It's not authentic. It is colonised beyond being able to help the people that need it the most. And I use colonised as a word because, not to shame anyone or make you feel worried about it, but we need to really think about it like that. We're all humans. And every time we get a little bit broken or a little bit something happens to us, it changes us. We still need to fit somewhere. I need to take a breath now. So when we start thinking about perception being our truth, what was the goal or the intent for when we started this training? It was to help people have a tool to just self-reflect, to think about yourself, to think about what we do as people in everyday life. Are we actually open to culture? Any culture? Because if you take a child from whatever culture you do that's not your own, do we all bother to go back and find that stuff out? It's really hard, and I work with lots of foster carers, and I set up my own foundation 12 years ago, which I do for free, was to help people that were going into the foster care system and to help bring families to culture, to do the mentoring programs, to bring them on the tree of life, if you will, and join them up and help foster carers feel safe going to look after kids, because they kept coming back and saying, look, I don't know how to can't take these kids here because there might be family, because the department said I can't do that and I've got to do this. And how do we work in that space and do it with open heart, but also be those protective behaviours, have them in place? I think when we have integrity in how we're making those decisions, I think when we've taken our breath and we've actually gone and sat and had the pleasure or the privilege of sitting with Aboriginal families that are strong and functioning well, when you feel that love and that care and that depth and that connection to country with our old people, you will get it on a whole other level. It's like the best thing you've ever done. Am I right, Freddie? Please nod. Validate me here, sister. And even good people are not perfect. I'm not perfect. But if we say that at home, I'll tell you it's a lie, because I am home. I am at home. I tell them all the time. So when we start thinking about it like that, we're all just people. We're having a crack. We are all just people, and I believe that when we step into this place to help, we're doing it because we think we need it. We can open our hearts to love someone's child that's not our own, to look at them and care for them and want to do good for them. But unless we've built ourselves a cultural lens, unless we've actually gone and sat in that place and understand what else they need, because no matter how much you love them, or care for them or show up for them or buy them great things or surround them with your people and your families and bring them in, They will always be looking for something, I promise you. And they don't even know what they're looking for, so don't bother asking a kid, because you don't know what you've never seen or felt. And unfortunately, in my own family, I've watched it as well. Some of our young girls get lost for whatever reason. Domestic violence is a huge reason why, and bad relationships, and lots of systemic stuff that's happened in there as well. There's systemic racism, but there's systemic abuse, and there's so much. I'm not being oblivious to all of that. I'm not doing that. But when we're all aware of all these things, these aspects around us, it'll help us be a bit more empathetic, I think. I think it'll help us heal our hearts when we've got to give our kids back, because it's really, really hard to give kids back, especially in the back of our mind when we're thinking, they're not really doing the right thing. It's not really what they're used to with me. I could love them better. I could do this. My wish is that anyone that's part of fostering kids, and when it's been fantastic and when it's worked, that the kids can go back and see you. Unfortunately, right now, I think the system kind of stops that. It's hand over. You don't even get a chance to say goodbye sometimes. I think those are the things where, just like in everyday life, in normal functioning families, when someone's moving or leaving or going, we get to say goodbye, and we get to say, ring me or write to me. I'm never gone. I'm always just here. I'm a phone call away. But we all have to start thinking that we have to advocate for that. If you think it's right, I'm just here to give a few ideas about what I see working. We all need to stop getting protective and putting up a wall between white or black or grey or purple, whatever it is, or diversity, all these things that we talk about and say we want to do. We end up doing it ourselves. We walk into it because we're hurt or we're scared or a little bit broken. And this is coming from a hurt or a scared or a little bit broken person, but smart enough to know, if I really love that kid and care for that child, I need to make sure they've got everything. The more people they've got around them, the better. If they always know that we will love them forever, we're winning. If those kids have always got you in your life, they're winning. And for our families, if we can find a way to navigate the space to work with our carers, that's just the most beautiful thing. When we see that working, it's just amazing. Because sometimes we do need to catch our breath, and sometimes we don't have it within our own family or our bloodlines to be able to do that. Because when there's so much grief or trauma, it's really hard to be able to see clearly. It is really tough. And we get angry and we get defensive. But if the person over here who we're getting angry and defensive at just comes in softly and says, I'm here to support you, like, back off. If that person's coming in like that, if our caseworkers are old enough and smart enough to actually think that's a great thing, don't put the protective barriers up. So our perception becomes our truth, right? Because when I trust you and I see you looking after these kids and you're not being negative to me, I'm going to feel safe, and who knows, it may just work. Where too often I feel my perception is we're put up against each other. If they're doing good, they're taking the kids away from me. Vice versa. If they're doing good as foster parents, well, they're not going to ever give my kids back. But we all have one thing in common, it's the child in the middle. It needs to be about them. It needs to be about how we can all add value to their life. And little people will remember forever, mate. I'm telling you. I can remember all the good people in my life that come and went and supported us and didn't. And I remember the people that argued in the background and done all that stuff, and they probably didn't know we were all listening, but we heard it. And it becomes part of our stamp, if you like. So then we are the people who change the kid's story. They reckon they're a clean slate. They can get broken, but when you get broken and you're taken away from your family, when you're taken from your family, whether it's for the right reasons or the wrong reasons, for whatever reason, even if you've been in the most horrific of spaces, you are going through grief. Does everyone here understand what grief is? You all understand it? So imagine a little person with no tools to understand this is why I'm feeling like this. No understanding of it, even though people might, I don't think anyone even mentions grief, because grief comes in different things. You can get grief for losing your job, You know, people go through grief because their cat passed away or their dog passed away, and they cry for months and everyone's okay with that. But a little kid gets taken from their mum, and God forgive, they don't want to turn up and sit at the dinner table with their arms up and say, thank you for having me. Like, come on, they're grieving. Even if we love them, even if everything's absolutely perfect looking from the outside, they're grieving. What's the process? What's the process? I don't even think we've even got one. Because we need to heal these kids before they can fit in somewhere. So all of your amazing families step up and say, I'll take you, I'll take you. Are you grief counsellors? Are your kids and your families set up for that? Not every family's done the work and everyone is impacted by it. It's true, isn't it? Pretty smart, eh? Yeah, no. But you know, when we start thinking about that, because when we're looking from the outside, our perception of things, it changes often. And we live and we learn, and some kids will just slide in and they'll be okay and they'll go to school and so what, it's okay. But for me, as someone who counsels many of our elders who have been through this process and I hear their stories, it's heartbreaking to hear that they felt like they were just conforming and they were just showing up every day so they didn't get in trouble. And when you go to someone in their 20s who've just come out of care and they turn up for something and you hug them when they leave and they go, that's the first time I've had a real hug. Like, oh my God. That just makes me devastated. I've never felt it like that before. It always felt like a transaction. Then you hear the great stories of, oh my God, my family, they were so deadly. They took us to this vineyard show, but I just loved it because they were laughing, they were dancing, and we went to culture and we done this. They're the stories we want to hear from everyone. So now this is a moment for you, because I think the most important thing we can do, other than me standing up the front of the room, which I'm pretty comfortable doing, but to give you 2 minutes at your table to talk about what you do for culture. If you live together or you're together, you probably need to turn around to the table behind you because it's no use talking to yourselves. 2 minutes. You'll hear the tapping sticks. I'm just going to tap them so you know what tapping sticks sound like. If you go too long, it's going to go like that. But 2 minutes to speak about what you feel you can do around culture or what you're already doing. Off you go. Have a chat. Can everyone hear me? I'm good, thanks. How are you? Can everyone hear me? We got the mic back on? Had a good chat? I just said to Freddie, I might as well leave now. These fellas are going to work it all out themselves. But just in, we haven't got long left. I suppose it's never long enough to start a good conversation, and that's what I really wanted to come and do today, was just start everyone talking and thinking about how we can make a difference in the way we do things. So just as a bit of a reflective tool, this is my behavioural change stuff coming here, so look out. It's pretty good. Just think about what we do, and this is not a sharing one. Think about what we can do as people. If we've ever walked into a room and wanted to have something passed over to us from Aboriginal people, or if we've had a bad experience from an Aboriginal person for Aboriginal people in the room, vice versa, those experiences that have happened to us. Have you ever had anyone come up and go, what the hell are you doing looking after our babies? Has anyone had that? Put your hands up. I thought there'd be more than that. Be honest. And why would I say that and ask everyone to put their hand up and do that right now? It's because we get it, we hear it. If we don't acknowledge it, how can we pull away the layer that does to us when that happens to us? That's got to hurt. It's got to hurt. Just like for Aboriginal people, who's ever been said, why aren't you just looking after your kids? Why don't you look after your own mob? What are you doing for your mob to make them do their own thing? Put your hand up if that's happened to you. How does it make us feel? It's huge. What happens when that happens to us as people? What do you think, whether we go, oh, just don't worry about it, whether we cry in our car on the way home after, going, oh my God, we would ring up 5 people and go, this happened to me today, this is my trauma, and I'm talking about it and I'm really fast and I'm going, oh my God, I can't believe they're saying this to me, I'm looking after this kid, I'm doing everything. If you think for a second, when those things happen to you, that nothing happens for the way you look at Aboriginal people walking forward, think again. When that thing happens to you, you build a layer. Every time it happens to you, you build a layer. Every time you're worried about going to a certain shopping centre or a certain place because you think Aboriginal people are going to see you with their babies and they're going to have a crack, if you think for a second that doesn't impact your decision making going forward, or for looking at Aboriginal people in a way that you feel like you want to love them or respect them, we're wrong. It's human nature. This is why we get older and wiser. We go older, wiser, right? It's because when things happen to us, when we can understand every time something happens to us, if I come and stand next to you and I say, how are you going? Lauren, you look lovely today.
Thank you.
And tomorrow, oh, thank you. Can we be besties?
Sure.
I don't want to look down your top there, but getting a bit awkward. No, but you know, I was actually going to pull it up. She's going to go, oh, sure. Hey, mate, they're looking good. It's all right. She's looking all right. Give her a clap. Yeah, go, Lauren. Go, Loza. Are you going to be a Loza? Yeah, you're a Loza, I can tell. But when we have this experience, it makes us feel good, right? You probably go home in the car and go, oh, that's really funny. I can't believe she said that to me. Was I really showing that? But this is something that happens, and we take it. And we all will really acknowledge that happens to us. Everyone will keep talking about that, going, oh, yeah, that happened. And that makes us feel energetic and happy and want to go in, right? You're not going to hide from me next time you see me. No, you're going to go, I want to go talk to her because she's a bit wacko and I just want to have a chat. It's all the trauma, by the way. This is how I healed. I healed with good people who were really funny. But knowing that when those experiences happen to us, we all acknowledge that. But we're a little bit scared about acknowledging the other stuff. Because that other stuff that happened to us, when it's dark and it's kind of, it pushes us back. And this is the gap that we're doing. Is that a really easy way to explain the gap? Every time someone's mean to us, cruel to us, I feel like you have an attack at me because you think that I'm not white enough, black enough, grey enough, gay enough, straight enough, whatever. All these things happen to us. We feel judged, we want to step back. It builds a layer up. So when we've got layers, we get protective. We talk about fright, flight, all those other words. Well, they're great. And I've heard a middle-aged white man made them up many years ago with absolutely no cultural navigation skills at all. But anyway, we'll still use them because we went to uni and they told us it's really important to use them. I don't want to stir too many people up in the room today, although that was my role, wasn't it, Freddie? But thinking about that, and sorry for the middle-aged white guys in the room or having a crack, I'm the older Aboriginal kind of half Irish, Scottish, English, Italian, whatever I am, bits of everything. But this is our nation of people. If we don't get it, if we don't understand it and go back and think about our own biases, if we don't take a minute to reflect and think, if you think for a second every time you see an Aboriginal person you need to save us, you're wrong. You need to give us your parking bays, that's for sure. Give us your parking spots. But that's about it. Not everyone is caught up in the cycle of bad, negative, poverty stuff. Not everyone is. Because that's not a black or a white thing, that's an everyone thing. But I'm telling you right now, it's really freaking hard to get out of it as an Aboriginal person when no one wants to give you a crack. And why am I sharing that if I'm not talking about bias or whatever, or privilege or shame or guilt or anything? I'm just saying that's the truth. I'm watching it. I watch it everywhere I go. And if all of us really open our eyes, we will see it. Unfortunately. It is unfortunate. And why? Because back in the day, is everyone noticing now we've got Aboriginal people on the news not just Nerelda. She's not the only one on the TV anymore. We've got everyone. And I think most people thought she wasn't Aboriginal. Has my thing just gone off? No. I think most people thought she wasn't even Aboriginal till about 5 years ago. So it's just kind of changing and everyone was accepting and watching that. So when the norm is not to be part of culture, when the norm means that, I'm going to the girls with the curls over here, I spotted you again, didn't I? Hey? When the norm is everything but culture and we're only sharing the negative stuff in culture, how do we actually want to embrace it? Because my fear and my life experiences probably tell me that, holy crap, when I was a kid, I probably got this happened to me and that happened to me and I was scared here and I was scared there. How do we flick that? And I don't want to make everyone in this room feel vulnerable either and go out and walk in the city with all our mob sitting in the roads there and go, oh, hey, go on, I'll come to say hello to you. Because it might turn out really, really ugly. It probably will. But what I want us all to think about is all these things that have happened to us, we've got to now find a way to go through and change the thoughts that we have about it, the heart that we have about it. They're all facts, but our nation's changing. And as we walk towards 2029, 200 years of colonisation, everyone, including the government, everyone's talking about co-design, they're talking about the truth of the state. Today we're just going a snippet. I can't wait to have opportunity to take you all through some more experiences in the future as carers, as workers in this space. I'm excited to share with you the history of this country so we all get a better view about what our kids need and what would be better. Like imagine if I could just go and hang out with all the kids in care for a couple of days a week and say, how you going? Imagine if Aboriginal leaders or people, I only call myself a leader because I've got 5 people that follow me. Does that make you a leader? Is that right? And they're all related to me, but no. But you know, imagine if I could actually go into one of the houses or one of the places and I can actually talk to these kids. Imagine if that. Imagine if we could set it up in a way that we know works for us. And for me as a little girl who grew up in community and with songlines all along here, all the way up to down south, through to Kalgoorlie and up to Broome is where my songlines finish. I've got so many different cultures in that. And all my nanas tell me something different. There's different rules from all of them, by the way. So I suppose it gets technically difficult for all of us to go through and to navigate it. Because you go here and they say this, and they go here and they go that, and then you go over there and they go, oh my God. Our own mob are all arguing about the way it's right and wrong. But if you really think about it, hello.
Hi.
Gorgeous. Kathy. Say hi, Kathy. Because everyone wants to be acknowledged, right? Maybe not Kathy. Kathy's like going, oh my God, did she just say my name? I'll never forget your name now because I said it out loud. But when we walk through things, we do want to remember stuff and we do want to take something with us. So when you learn about culture, I think the best thing we can do is think about how we are all impacted from everything that's happened to us, everything we've been through. The amazing work we do with our kids, whether we take them along and be part of their culture and all those things. Can you always do that? No, the kids might not even want it. They may have their own damage because of what's happened to them. They might be fearful of being Aboriginal because they've been through stuff. I see that a lot with our kids in care, by the way. And that is heartbreaking as well because it wasn't that, it was about something else that was happening. Because culture is truly, truly beautiful. And I promise you one thing, I promise you a few things actually. If you go sit in culture with our old people that are doing well, that are thriving, that have done their healing, they may have been through so much stuff, but they've done their healing, you will feel a heart and a love and a depth and a connection to land like you've never felt before. I can't really explain it, I can just feel it. And that was what I was hoping to bring into the room yesterday when I brought my bush essence, and I love to bring it and share it because that's what my nana gave me as a little girl. That's what she taught me, how to sing on the river, that humming, that. She gave me that when I was a little girl, and that is my absolute privilege. Because even though I've been through so many things, and my story is probably no different to many other people's, but so many things I've gone through, so much grief and loss and DV and drugs and alcohol. So now I'm speaking depth of discourse. I'm speaking about it, where we grew up and the things that happened. But for some reason, that cultural stuff, that essence, that holds me straight, where I can come and stand in this room and speak to you and go, you know what? I want everyone to have what we've got. It's a privilege. It's not to be ashamed of. It's actually not. It's actually freaking beautiful. I was going to say the other F word then. I nearly did. I nearly done it. So you know where I'm going when I'm saying it. It's really, really good. So everyone here today, go away and unpack what you know about yourself, your past experiences. And I'm sorry for the past experience you've had. If they were bad, I'll just say sorry, because I'm okay with it and I'll mean it. I honestly mean it when I say I'm really sorry if anyone's had some horrible experiences, but I really want to ask you now to go away and learn something from them, to try to think differently, to make some shift. Because the people in this room, just the people in this room, have got enough power and passion and love, because you keep showing up. And Freddie told me yous are all awesome. Are these all the awesome ones, Freddie? That you can actually change the narrative. You can. We can. We're not invisible. You do have a voice. And Aboriginal people have been speaking forever. We just got to start listening. I keep hearing the voice now. We've got a voice now. No, we've had a voice for a long, long time, but now we're being heard. But now we need to be open to hearing it. And again, don't want to make anyone vulnerable for the wrong reasons or for the wrong people. Take the heart you've got for loving our kids. Take it with you. Go and learn more about our culture. Come along to the experiences that we offer going forward. Come and listen and learn. Because we all need to learn that we are just people, and that's where we're going. We talk about reconciliation and all those other things. Our perception is our truth, whether it's right or whether it's wrong. We are all in charge of our own destinies and how we can change that perception. We have to do something. We have to change something in order to do it. So be brave, or be crazy. Don't be too crazy. But be brave enough to go and give it a go. Because you might learn something and it might open you up to help you in your own lives. Because I'm telling you now, if it helps me, Freddie, does it help you? I'll keep talking to Freddie because she loves it. How long have I got?
10 minutes.
Still got 10 minutes. I think they've learned enough. I think they've learned enough. Do we want to do questions? Because I just don't want to keep talking. I think we're in it. I think we're there. And I can tell because no one's looking at their phone right now. I'll just walk around the room, so if anyone's looking at their phone, they're still looking at their phones, oh, I haven't done my job. But what's the perception of that anyway when someone's looking at their phone when we're talking? Is it because they don't care about what we're doing? Or because they're freaking busy and they've got to do something and they've got to pick someone up? Again, there's another thing to think of. Are you doing it?
No, I've got a question.
Oh, she's got a question. All right.
What about if the kids in care are resistant to learning about their culture? They don't want to know.
Well, I think just taking them to places like you take them everything else, they're probably resistant to a whole lot of other things, but everyone will find a way around that. So when we want to do something, we know we have coercive control over small children. It's a bad word because I talk about DV all the time, but we do have it because we can make it exciting. Whether it's if the kid's a quiet kid and they might not want to be, we're going to do some Aboriginal stuff today. Go in and be open to it yourself. Not, oh, you go up the front, mate. Jesus, when I say Jesus, probably not. Is it okay? Okay. But you know what I mean? Like, don't put them at the front of the room and go, you're going up there to do it. Just be there. You know, what's a really easy way to do it is to just go along and look at the river, go sit there and just slowly have those conversations, or just be there. Because then they just become comfortable. They don't even realise they're getting culture. Just like we do with everything else. Like I heard them talk before about role modelling behaviours and asking people to do it. Just make it normal. Because I can make my kids love going to Nana's house, or I can make it so no one wants to go to Nana's house. Just saying. Go, oh, Nana's awesome, let's go to this house. And they'll go, oh, yeah, okay. Go, oh, look, Dad really wants us to go over there. Do you really? Oh, they might be eating crap. Or, you know, we can do that. So I think just being really smart, again, I'm just being really honest, probably way too honest. If you know I don't come to your house for dinner, you know what I've said to my kids. But you know what I mean? Like, we can do any other questions? We've got another, you got a question?
Is it, so we can take our son somewhere.
Yep.
Is it culturally appropriate for us as white women to sit at home Googling with him, saying, you know, this is where you're from, this is what we can find out at home? Is that appropriate?
Well, I think it's
not culturally appropriate.
No, I think
for
it's,
us to be trying
look,
to teach him?
oh, you're trying to put me on the spot here.
Someone told me it wasn't. It was
Well,
not appropriate for
okay,
us to do.
so the short answer to that is, what's the heart you're bringing to it? So what I think is okay might be someone else's who haven't done healing or has got another reason for saying it, because it's not normally about you personally. It's about our own experience. Our mouth speaks because of our experience. It's not necessarily for what's coming at us. Our perception is our truth. So normally, everyone's just gone and looked on the internet, you don't even know what you're doing, rah, rah, rah. What cultural immersion training, and again, not personally, but what cultural immersion training we've got? We have got amazing agencies here in Perth that can help. We've got Kinships, we've got, we'll have a list, we'll give you a list of places that you can go to. All right, I don't want to pick favourites. We've got Southwest Kinships, you've got My Business, we do it. You've got Auntie Glenda Kickett, she was here yesterday. What's Auntie Glenda's new agency called? Who's at the back there? What's it called? Say it louder. Carla Cooling. There's a lot of new agencies and there's a lot of people out there wanting to help. And I feel like there's opportunities to go sit at Kings Park, there's tours, and look, a tour's a learning tool. I think just going and being amongst it and making it normal, like you go to the park, you go here. I don't think you always have to be like a lesson, because kids don't always necessarily like that anyway. But if we sit there and we're comfortable, the right answer is, hopefully their family might give you some tools to share. But again, everyone's protective, and I get it, because it is really tough. Like, if you're trying to get your kids back, why would you want to give anyone else tools to go up against you? Do you know what I mean? And it kind of gives me goosebumps when I even say it. It's a horrible thought, but it's the truth. Why am I going to give you tools? Because if you're doing really good, they're not even going to get their kids back to me, because they think that Aboriginal people don't look after their kids right. So look, in the department, so there's a lot of things happening with the department right now. Let's just wait and see. Sabine's pretty good. I'm rating her at the moment. She can kick a footy, so I'm trusting her. Although she did break her finger at the first training session just quietly. It was quite funny. Probably shouldn't laugh, but she was having a crack. But you know, things are happening, things are evolving, where everyone's kind of coming on the same page. And I think when we realise we shouldn't be up against each other, but we have been put against each other for many reasons, not just for funding, but just because of the dynamics of what's happening. We're competing for someone's child who's been taken from them. So even if you're awesome, I'm probably not going to like you because I want my freaking kids back. And every time I hand them over, it breaks my heart. So even if you're perfect, I'm probably not going to be kind. Not me personally, but in the relationship. You know what I mean? Just be real. So how do we change that? I don't know. It's just about the openness coming in those conversations. And I think it's really going to have a really lot to do with the caseworkers and the way the department deals with it, to be honest. I think they're in the middle. They actually have a lot of power and control here. And look, every caseworker is different as well. We put the structure in place. The structures tell us that they have to work with both families and it has to be cohesive and all this stuff. But then individuals come in and individuals have their own bias and their own conceptions, and they build their own relationships, you're probably easier to work with than a family that's really pissed off because their kids have been taken. There you go, I swore. I knew I would. I knew I would. But you know what I mean? Like you can't, just like when carers get kids taken back, and you know it's in and out. We come to take the kids. You've done nothing wrong, but taking them anyway. Like, oh my God. The kids don't even actually want to go back, mate. What are you doing? You're making me go to prisons, and you're making me. But there's a lot of things that are happening that my personal view would be very different. If I could make the model for it, I'd be probably different. Does it really probably work? Probably not. But God, it would make me feel better and make me sleep better at night. Yes.
I was recommended by a colleague to find myself minimum three Aboriginal mentors
yes.
to help us to understand. So we have to educate ourselves before we can start supporting the children. So
yes.
I think if we can put down that challenge to everyone, is to find some Aboriginal mentors to help us navigate.
And look, that's great. What it didn't hear at the back of the room is having Aboriginal mentors to work with you. And I think, well, no matter what culture, because not everyone's just talking to Aboriginal kids, I think any culture or any diverse group of kids you're working with, go and find people from that culture. There's leaders and that out there, and just having the story. But it's really hard. That's a really hard challenge for people to do as well. And people could feel like they're failing just being asked to do that. Well, one good one. But both ways, because also Aboriginal people are straight away forced to go through all this process. They have to go and turn up to, 5 other meetings and got to go to this class and that class. And it's very hard. And it's very hard to go somewhere and then feel comfortable like we're not being judged. Because again, our perception is our truth. Even when we're not being judged, our perception of things can really hurt us. And the barrier might just come straight up anyway, because I'm getting told to do something. Do you know what I mean? Like we're just people. But when our hearts are broken, because our hearts get broken, our kids are going or something's happening, we're in crisis. We're in crisis, so think about that. Think about losing someone that you really care about, when you know someone's about to be taken from you. Just imagine living that for a day, for a week, for a month, for 3 months while we check you out. Like, that's a lot. That's so much trauma just in that. Oh, look, see, she's thought about it. See, there's a bit of shift already. Give her a clap. See? But it's friends. That's right. Build a relationship. But look, is that an expectation for everyone? I just think that we're in a really great place. There's some great resources coming. Watch this space. Freddie's going to do everything she can to make sure it happens. We're working really hard. I spoke to Auntie Glenda yesterday about what we heard in the room yesterday and thought, how do we actually bring all these women or people in the room where you can have those mentors, and especially the young male mentors as well, because I always get calls for that, these young boys, because a lot of culture was taken. Again, I just say to everyone, think back to Rottnest Island where all the men were taken. That's our problem. We've got to make up for that, because a lot of our men were taken away from their families. Our honourable leaders were taken and put on Rottnest Island. Go learn the history of that place, and then you understand why the gap is there. So we're doing our darndest, mate. We are working our butts off to actually try to build that. And I can tell you, I've got the best mentors ever, because they're deadly. But they're not my mentors, they're my people. And they're young people that are doing amazing stuff. So we're hoping to have some forums. Look, there's big plans, and I'll tell you right now, when Auntie Glenda, when we spoke on the phone last night, we're like, we're doing this, it's happening, so it'll happen. We hope to put some really honest-to-God resources in front of you so you can build those relationships. Continue having things like this. This is how we bring it together. We have to do it. And look, the willing and the want and the need, and I can kind of feel it in the room because still no one's on their phone. If you're on your phone, we'll bugger you. David stood up, so I reckon that's just about my time gone. I can see I've got really good side vision, so I can just go, yeah, mate. But to everyone here, you do the best we can do. Our perception is our truth. Just remember that. You're never, never invisible. When you walk along with children and people come at you, it's not necessarily about what you're doing, it's about the hurt that we're feeling, and that goes from both ways. But be aware of it and strip that layer back whenever you can. The only way you're going to strip it back, like I say to the coppers, is if you show up and be present in culture and learn about it and love it, because when you love it, we will know it. No one's going to, and someone still might come at you because they've got their own damage, right? That's for wherever you are. But when you really feel it and you're not faking it, everyone will know. Everyone will feel it, I'm telling you. And that goes for our families getting our own kids back as well. And I don't really like to separate myself going us and them. I think we need to be saying all of us. It is us. Because this groom is the Dreamtime story of the future. We will be talking about the people in this room for generations to come. You will impact our stories, our stolen gen. Let's hope it's called our healing gen. Let's try to change the narrative together. We need to all think about it differently, how we can do it. We need to think about ourselves as not as taking people's kids as in holding a safe space for them to belong, heal, grow, go home. Go home. Because everyone wants to freaking go home. Imagine that. That's what my nan's been asking for forever. Let's go backwards to that 1908 Act that just broke us as people. Let's make a difference together. Thank you for having me, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sharon. You went almost from finishing early to taking us over time. But no, thank you very much. It's obviously a very important topic, and I agree with you, Sharon. We need to find ways to have these difficult conversations and do it in a respectful manner, so thank you very much for that. Right, we are now into morning tea. As I said before, the morning tea is going to be served indoors. Feel free to either bring it in here, eat it out there, or make way onto the terrace. For those people that had special dietary requirements, I'm told that that type of food, special foods, will be on the left-hand side as you go out. So if we could be back here for 11:10, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you guys. We'll make a start, and as we go into the session before lunch, we'll ease ourselves gently in with another video. Oops.
Hello, please introduce yourselves.
So I'm Jade, and what's your name? Christian. Christian is my little brother, and we're signing along with us.
How old are you?
I'm 18 years old, and how old are you, Christian? 4. He's 4.
Whoa,
Yeah.
my goodness me. Fantastic. What are you going to do for us today?
So we're here to do some sign language and some singing.
Brilliant.
Thank you. We were told that Christian would never be able to communicate. I taught him sign language so then he could talk, and he's here, a little miracle, proving everybody wrong.
Yes, sister! That's what she's supposed to do.
I didn't want to accept that Christian would never be able to communicate. I just knew that there was a voice in there that needed to come out. Exciting, isn't it? No. You're so cheeky. We decided we wanted to teach other people this, so we started a class. We're just amazed by how many people wanted to get involved.
I'm Taylor and I'm 7.
I'm 22.
I'm Ella and I'm 12.
Are you excited to see Simon Cowell?
Yes. Yeah. I'm in love with him anyway.
Ella has actually met Simon before. She won a Child of Courage Award at the Pride of Britain 2019.
You are the sweetest, bravest little girl, and you deserve this. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, I can't believe I'm on this talent. It's amazing. It's made my dream come true.
Just gotta go out there and show them what we've got.
Yeah. Yes.
Try our best.
Amazing. Yes.
We would never normally get an opportunity to do something like this. It's unbelievable. We're just so excited.
We wish you all the best.
Say thank you. Don't make me know.
I'm not a stranger to the dark. Hide away, they say, 'cause we don't want your broken parts. I've learned to be ashamed of all my scars.
Okay, I'd now like to introduce Kerry Chard to join us. Kerry's worked in the child protection system for over 2 decades. She has a background in psychology and has professional experience in both the government and non-government sectors. She's developed award-winning interventions in the education sector, spending 3 years assisting schools to better understand the complex developmental trauma. She's also a foster carer in Queensland, as well as parents to 3 sons and a husband. My wife probably says that about me when I'm not around. So Kerry will be providing an overview of the therapeutic parenting model that she developed to meet the needs of children who have experienced abuse, neglect and trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I don't know about you guys, but I have cried pretty much every one of those videos, and that one was the worst, so I have to sort of compose myself. Thank you, Freddie. But what a beautiful idea, just reminding us of the joy and what our kids are, any child is capable of when they have the right support and the right people. Kaya, I have been learning and practicing some of Western Australia's culture since I got here, and I was just talking to this table before. Out of all the states that I travel to, I find that Western Australia really does the best out of all of the country in terms of accessibility. There's a real sense every time I fly into Western Australia of culture, and it's, you know, whenever I go into a different state, I look to where I'm going, what land I'm on, I look to see what language I can learn before I speak, and it's always really easy when I come to Western Australia. So I think, you know, you may not agree, but I travel all over the place, and I do really get a really strong sense of culture and connection when I come to this state. So before I start, I would like to pay my respects to our country's first people, and I would like to acknowledge the Whunjuk peoples as the traditional owners of the Noongar people, recognising their continuing connection to land, water and community. And I'd also like to acknowledge all of the people in the room here today in their care, their love and their dedication to the Kulingas, which is the children that we all are here to serve today. So I'm just going to correct David first. I did not design this parenting intervention that I'm about to share with you. And this is just an overview. Green button, great. This is an intervention that I came across when I worked in education. I was training about 150 teacher aides. So I don't know what they do in Western Australia, but in Queensland, they Velcro teacher aides to children in out-of-home care. And it's a bit of a risk management strategy, but they don't actually train these wonderful people on how to manage the very challenging behaviours in the school system. So when I came into education, I had come from working in the child protection sector. I'm a psych by trade. I'd worked in child and youth mental health. I was in rehab as a therapist in drug rehabilitation. I wasn't in rehab. And it was there that I actually came across child protection. One of my clients had children in care, and I'd never actually really heard about child protection. And I thought, I'll go do that for a year. That sounds really fun. And I stayed in the system for almost 17 years. I actually really enjoyed it. Then I went into the education system, and I couldn't believe how much trauma was in education. So I was an advisor to 360 odd schools in my area on all things trauma, children in out-of-home care. So I would go to my principals and say, wow, there's a lot of trauma. And they were like, who's that? What's that? So that's kind of where I started. So I brought trauma-informed education into Queensland and brought in the Berry Street education model, which I believe is sort of being rolled out in Western Australia as well. But we brought it into Queensland and really started raising awareness around trauma. And it wasn't just our children in out-of-home care. There was a number of children who were struggling at home as well. So it was really around reframing behaviour and helping children in the school system to succeed and to see themselves as learners. So it was something I was really passionate about. So I was doing this piece of work, and I came along to this one-day training workshop and of trust-based relational intervention, or TBRI. And it was this big old Texan, I love a good accent, and I was completely captivated by the really simple concepts, but I could see the science and the theory that sat underneath it. And this was designed for caregivers. It comes out of Texas, it comes out of the States, and it was really initially designed for adoptive parents. So people who had adopted children, in the States they do a lot of adoption over there, and it was sort of came across by accident. They did some camps as a bit of a respite for these caregivers, did all these amazing things for the children, and then the caregivers came back and said, what have you done? We've got like different children. So the university kind of put the research behind it. So it took about 10 years to develop, and it's fairly new. So when I went over the States and did it, I was the third person in Australia to do TBRI. So to be trained in TBRI, you actually have to go to the States. Anyway, after I saw the training, I went and spoke to the Texan and I said, listen, if I have 150 people, would you come back and do the training? And he said, Kerry, why don't you come over? And I was like, that's not going to be a thing. I couldn't see myself going to the States by that stage. But anyway, a year later, I burnt out in the education system. That system nearly murdered me. I took a year off and the opportunity came up to go over to the States. So I flew over there for a month. It was only a week's training, but you know, I needed to go and immerse myself. I flew into LA. I hired myself a black Mustang convertible. The training was nowhere near that, by the way. I drove up the East Coast to San Francisco, belting out a lot of music. And then I went to the training, and then I spent the other 3 weeks going to different residentials. They have residential farms over there in America. They do everything just big. So I went to lots of different spaces that use TBRI, so I was able to see it in action. They use it in the youth justice space over there. I kind of voyeur in on every 3 months on a Zoom sort of consortia at 2 a.m. To see what they're doing in the youth justice space, and I know that that's a very big sort of pointy end over here in WA, likewise in Queensland. So I'm doing some training next week with some youth justice and detention staff on TBRI. Then I came back and started, quit my job, and I now work for myself. So I do a lot of different things. This is my passion. I work with biological parents in TBRI. I work with a lot of foster and kinship carers on TBRI. I do a lot of training or workshops with biological parents on how to improve their self-worth. I TBRI parents. And the term children from hard places, we'll hear from that in a second, but I just think it's a really respectful way to talk about our children who come from traumatic backgrounds. And when I talk to and work with parents, they're just bigger versions. They've come from a hard place, and they're often still in their hard place as well. So just going on the back of what Sharon was talking about, they don't have their children, they're stuck in their grief and loss. When I came back, I became a carer. It was a long-lost dream of mine. I'd always wanted to do it, but in Queensland, you're not allowed to work in the system and become a carer. So working for myself, I had the opportunity to do that. Now, I'm humbled to say when I became a carer, I thought I knew a lot about trauma. I had studied it, I had worked in it, I had trained people, but oh my God, when I became a carer, it actually really centered me. And I was very humbled by the experience. And I became more passionate about how we can support our children from hard places. It's one thing to know the textbook and the theory of trauma, but it's another when you're trying to put that trauma to bed or negotiate to eat something or have a bath. And TBRI, I mean, I'm trained in lots of, DDP, PACE, all the models, but this is the one that I always come back to because I love the simplicity. The science is all there, but we don't need to be bothered by the science. It's all there. You may see elements of stuff that you've seen before. So it's not mine. I wish it was. I wish I could claim that TBRI is mine, but it's not. I had to go to the States. I was on a telelink with them a couple of weeks ago, and they are looking at coming to Australia, which is really exciting. So they're looking at doing this probably 2024, 2025. But this is really just a bit of an overview of what TBRI is. But it's simple. There's one hard thing, which I'll share with you, but the rest of it is beautifully simple, and it brings joy back into caring. So our goals, I really just want to lay that little bit of foundation for insight, introduce you to this practical framework. We're going to focus on behaviour because behaviour is the thing that kind of gets us, right? It's the one that exhausts us. I know when I was in education, it was a very small percentage of the kids that were responsible for most of the teacher burnout. They're the resource and the financial incentives for in schools, but we don't respond to it the right way all the time. So really it's just about reframing. And my other goal is to bring joy to caring, because when I work with carers, they're exhausted, and they're exhausted by the system, they're exhausted by the behaviours. So when I do TBRI intensively in the home, or even just doing some training, I always get some great feedback that we're bringing back the joy and the hope, because that's what we're all here for, isn't it? We're all here to bring those beautiful, joyful moments for our little people. So it is a holistic intervention. It's focused on the whole child, but it's also focused on the adult, and that was one of the things that really caught my attention. Attachment is an area of interest of mine. It's what I specialise in, not just child attachment, but adult attachment. So I do a lot of work in adult attachment for our biological parents. We don't pay enough attention to attachment, I don't think, definitely in Queensland, in the child protection system. And in TBRI, we focus on the attachment of the adults, so our attachment. What do we bring in the interactions in our caregiving journey? It also focuses on very high structure and very high nurture. So whenever we're dealing with a child or parenting a child, we need to be focused on both. So in TBRI, sometimes we may need to lower and just bring a little bit more nurture or a little bit more structure depending on the situation, but we're always aimed at focusing on both. High structure, high nurture, which in theoretical terms is your authoritative parenting style, if you've heard of that through any of your training. Okay, there's a trigger warning. This is a screaming child, so just to get your nervous systems ready. I'm sure you've all heard this kind of thing. This is just a little overview from the two developmental psychologists, Dr. Karen Purvis, who's since passed away, and Dr. David Cross. He retired only about a month ago. So they're the two psychologists that came up with TBRI.
Does your relationship with your child feel like a series of never-ending struggles? Emotional meltdowns? Tantrums?
Go pick it up, please.
Or uncontrollable rage?
I'm gonna cut you with a sharp knife.
How does a little kid even have this much in him and this much anger?
And it's not just anger. How can a child so young feel so much fear, pain, and sadness?
As horrible as this sounds for a 6-year-old, he almost started losing the will to live.
There's no escape. There's times of feeling of total hopelessness, absolute helplessness, and a total loss of, I know I need to be doing something, but I have no idea what it is.
It's clearly not the life you envisioned when you opened your heart and home to a child.
For parents who are trying to parent a child who's a master at controlling, a master at manipulation, it's hell on earth. It's worse than chaos.
Parents and professionals from around the world have found solutions here at the Institute of Child Development at Texas Christian University.
Because when you disarm fear,
Developmental psychologists Dr. Karen Purvis and Dr. David Cross offer a unique intervention for high-risk, vulnerable children.
No, I wanted that one.
A trust-based model of parenting built on more than a decade of research and personal experience.
What do you need? What's going on with you? Can you tell me?
The program has met great success with children of all ages in the homes of foster and adoptive parents, residential treatment centers, and orphanages. Leaders in child welfare and juvenile justice systems have sought out their training. And now, in this video, Drs. Purvis and Cross will share their program with you.
Okay, now, let's start with you.
Teaching concepts.
I love to lower myself into a child's field of vision.
And step-by-step skills.
All right, sweetie, you've got two choices. My tone is a little more authoritative. My volume is a little louder.
To put you and your child on a healing path.
Do you want to give Mama goodbye loving before she goes?
I love you. Have fun today, okay?
All right. Many parents that I speak to are at a place they say, I'm just too tired to keep trying. I don't even think I like this child. I may love them, but I definitely don't like them. That's okay. Forgive yourself for that. Let yourself have your feelings.
We know through our experiences that children who come from hard places, who've been traumatized, institutionalized, and so on, when they're adopted, even if they're in loving, caring homes, they still have significant problems.
Most of our kids have been afraid so long they don't even realize they're afraid anymore. It's just the state of their existence.
A child who is afraid is very often angry. A child who's sad may lash out. For adults, lots of times it doesn't make sense. We think, well, if they're sad, why don't they act sad? But that's not the way it is with children lots of times.
Doctors Purvis and Cross have coined the phrase children from hard places to describe children who have experienced a trauma that disrupted their early development.
In my many years of life, I've never seen the kind of loss and hardship that these kids have had. Most of our children have had ruptured dreams, ruptured relationships, ruptured hope, and for most of them, ruptured trust. Virtually all children who become available to foster or adopt are from hard places.
Harm can begin even before birth. Exposure to drugs, alcohol, poor diet, even a stressful pregnancy can all leave indelible scars on the developing brain.
A child who had a stressful pregnancy may be a more anxious, more fearful, more frightened child, or they may be a more aggressive child. And then early hospitalization where maybe a baby's in ICU and they can't be held or touched. That child is from a hard place.
Neglect and abuse can severely impair development, particularly during critical growth stages in early childhood.
Who has seen some of those meltdowns? Who sort of really who saw that some of your own children that you're caring for in that video? That's one of the things that really kind of stood out for me was, you know, I had seen that repeatedly, time and time again. So that's just a little bit of an overview. So as I mentioned before, TBRI is used in lots of different contexts. It's actually adopted, and interestingly, there's new TBRI practitioners in Australia. The Tasmanians have got a hold of it, and they're starting to roll it out through their child protection, through their DCP, is that what you call it here? So they're rolling it out through their child protection system. So all foster carers are being trained in TBRI, which is fantastic. But they use it in the States, they use it across the world. So when they were trialling and putting TBRI together, they went to a lot of orphanages over in Eastern European countries and a lot of African countries. So they do a lot of work over there, as well as detention centres. In the court system in one state in America, I went and had a look at that. So the magistrate is the parent, and the lawyers and everyone is TBRI trained. So it really moves away from that adversarial position, and it's just very trauma informed and very developmentally respectful, which is what I really loved about TBRI, the language. And like I said, when I'm working with parents, I TBRI them all the time. I TBRI my husband, he doesn't know, but it works. I TBRI my dogs. So you can kind of play with TBRI. And you know, what I say to people when they first sort of come across TBRI, if you don't have children, but most of you all have children in your care, but if you don't, grab a child, any child, but make sure you know them, you know, not just random children, and just take one or two things and practice. I'm going to give you guys loads of strategies that you can just easily take away today. And that's my challenge. Take a few and just have a go. I want you to also write down if there's one that kind of stands out that you're like, that's not going to work on my kid. Try one of those, because that's what I did when I came back from my training. There was a couple that I was like, I can't see that working, and so I had to go, and it did. So I do a lot of work in residentials as well. So I go into resis and train staff. I do some coaching one-on-one. I help resi staff in the splitting that our children are masterful at. And the other part of my job is I hold DCJ accountable in Queensland. So I do a lot of court work. So I'm an expert witness in children's court and do a lot of work in that space with our child protection system. Okay, so a bit of a check-in. Just shout it out here. What do we know that does work? So shout it out. What do you know that works? What's in your toolbox already? Shout it out. Please tell me you've got a toolbox. What was that? Yeah, coming down to their level. Yes, yes, excellent. What else? Yeah, sitting, so just being with them in the moment. Yeah, yeah, that's a really good one. It can be hard sometimes too, can't it, when they're up there and your nervous system kind of matches? That can be a little bit tricky, But yeah, that is a beautiful strategy. Excellent. What else? Sorry? Spending time, yeah, absolutely. When we're connected with our children, we get much better results, right? I use that same principle with my husband. If I'm going to tell him that I've just booked a holiday, which I have with my girlfriends for a week, I'm going to make sure that I'm well connected with him. You can call it manipulation, but I call it connection. I'm TBRIing him. What else? Positive reinforcement, yeah, so catching those really good moments, because a lot of the time our children from hard places, they just get a lot of that negative stuff, don't they? Where, and it's not just us, but at school, for example, adults are really heightened to the behaviours of our children from hard places. They see them as this huge risk, so they don't get enough of that positive reinforcement. What else? Up the back. Touch, yes, yes, and you know we are designed to be touched, you know, and so that healthy touch, and that's one of the strategies that we use in TBRI is that intentional and deliberate healthy touch, and so I'll talk about that a little bit. You guys are already TBRIing. What doesn't work? What do we know that doesn't work? Someone say yelling? Yeah. Who still yells? Yeah. What else doesn't work? Smacking. I'm not going to ask that question. What? Yeah, that's right, smacking. Doesn't work. What else? Oh, the look. Look, that can work. Who uses the look? Yeah, can be a very effective one. Too many words, yes, absolutely. Who is a lecturer? Yep. Yep. So even though we know that there's things that that don't work, we still kind of naturally sort of, you know, especially when we're under threat, under stress ourselves, we go to our default. And in TBRI, we talk a lot about the gift of compassion for ourselves, that we're not always going to get it right, and that's okay. We reframe that that's an opportunity for repair. And I'm going to talk about repair later, because we don't teach our children from hard places how to repair, if you think about it. You don't like that carer, or you have a meltdown and that placement ends, and you get picked up from school, you're in a new home. You don't like that school, you get suspended from that school. You don't get an opportunity to repair, you end up at a new school. So that rupture repair cycle for our children out of home care, we just don't do it well enough. So I try, when I'm working with caregivers, I say, you know what, if you get it wrong, that's okay. That's a repair moment. So give ourselves that compassion. You know, just, yeah, very important, very important. Okay. So where do we begin in TBRI? In the Institute, they talk a lot about, these are the, you know, the general risks, but there's a whole lot of other risks as well. So difficult pregnancy, so that very much aligns with what we heard the last couple of days with Stacey. So it was great to see that I was aligned with her there. Difficult birth as well. So when we're talking about difficult pregnancy, that could be stress, it could be substance misuse, it could be, you know, exposure to domestic violence, any of those things. We know that, right? Difficult birth is another one. A lot of our children from hard places, they're born prematurely. They may not have an easy start to life. They might be in the NICU. So this comes into that early hospitalisation. That third one is one that really kind of got me. I thought I knew, you know, pretty much all there was to know about trauma, but this one I had never actually considered. When you think about a child, so this is pre-verbally, so any child sort of under the age of 3, if they need any invasive surgeries, so I'm talking about not just getting the immunisations, but I'm talking like invasive medical procedures. In functional MRIs, they've actually been able to track the pattern in the brain, and it's exactly the same as physical abuse. And so if you think pre-verbally for that child, they don't know that that surgery or that procedure is there to save their lives. All they know is that this hurts. My adult is standing there holding my hand smiling, if you think about it like that. And so their body is going to hold that. So that was a bit of an eye-opener for me. So that's another risk factor. So if you've got a young person who's had some kind of invasive surgery or been in the NICU for the first start of their life, they haven't had that touch. Or if they have been withdrawing from substances and touch is painful to them, that's a risk for trauma for your kiddo. Abuse and neglect, they're the standards. We know about that. Just on neglect though, when I first started out in the sector, 20 odd years ago over that, neglect was kind of sort of put to the side. We didn't pay enough attention to neglect. And I'm quite embarrassed about that now because I think, we know the research tells us now that neglect is the worst. It has the longest. It's more pervasive for the child. It sends the message that you don't matter, that your needs, they don't matter at all. And then we've got our trauma. So this could be just a single event. So it could be a weather event that brings about a traumatic. It could be a car accident for a child or for a family. It could also be the removal for a child, because being removed from home is traumatic. Being placed in a system and having multiple placements is traumatic for a child. Being separated from siblings is traumatic for a child. So these are the risk factors that have been identified, the main risk factors, but obviously there's a lot more, but these are the ones that the Institute kind of focus on. I'm going to talk about the 5 Bs of trauma, and I think if there was any important slide, it would have to be this one. This is one that a lot of people kind of don't recognise or don't make the connection, and this in itself is your first intervention. So when we talk about trauma, these are the things. So we know about the behaviour, right? Because the behaviour is what we see. And that's the one that we all focus on, is the behaviour. But I want you to put the behaviour aside for a moment and have a look at the other Bs that we've got going on there. So the brain, most people know about the brain. And does everyone know about the hand model of the brain? Dr. Dan Siegel's hand model of the brain, flipping the lid, that children who've been exposed, or even adults who've been exposed to trauma, their amygdala is up to 2 times larger. So what that means is that they're going to flip their lid more often, they're going to be more hypervigilant to situations that are not scary. So that's a driver for behaviour. There's a lot we know about the brain, but there's also a lot that we don't know about the brain. But I think when we talk about the brain and trauma, there's a lot of really amazing training out there, and there's a lot of information that's accessible. So I'm not going to go into too much detail around the brain, because I think these other ones are probably ones that are less known. When we're talking about the body, actually I'm going to do the biology first, because this kind of comes into some of the stuff that we also heard today from Stacey. This comes into the epigenetics. The best part of this is probably, there's a whole lot of research around this, but if we look at the ACE study, has anyone heard, or anyone heard of the Adverse Childhood Experiences, or the ACE study? It's probably about 25 years old now. It was a very statistically significant study that came out of America. What they found in there, so they kind of collated, in the original study they had something like 76, I think, questions to sort of tease out adversity in childhood. And they've sort of whittled it down to 10 questions now that focuses on those abuse and neglect. The higher your ACE is, what they found is that you're more likely to die up to 20 years earlier. You're more likely to have certain types of cancer. So very similar to the Netherlands study that Stacey was referring to this morning as well. So there's a whole lot of health impacts the more we're exposed to adversity in childhood. And that's really because of the chronic activation of stress, which impacts the HPA axis. I'm not going to go into all the science of all of that. But what happens is the immune system is suppressed, and it's because the body is too focused on staying alive. And so it changes the epigenetics in the DNA. There's some more recent research that I came across, and I meant to ask Stacey if she was aware of it. But what they've recently found is children or people who've been, so if we think about our children who've been born addicted to drugs or have been impacted by drug use in utero, it takes 3 generations to wash the impacts of that out of the DNA. 3 generations. So if you think about that, that's the biology. They're the changes to the biology. So we know that trauma will impact the biology for that child. If we go back to the body, this kind of goes on the back of the ACE study. because there was a study by Aitchison around not long after the ACE study where they looked at people who had high adverse childhood experiences and what that meant for their sensory systems. So what they found is that the higher your ACEs, you're more likely to have a sensory profile. So who in this room has a child that has a sensory profile? Quite a few. And I would hazard a guess that there are a number of children in your care that you don't know. But once you see it, you can't unsee sensory stuff. So for example, in that study, they found that 66%, and Stacey sort of touched on this today as well, but 66% more likely to have an auditory processing difficulty if you've been exposed to trauma as a child. So auditory processing, if you think about what Stacey was saying, is that ability to kind of process the information. So you might just be a little bit slower. So what that looks like in a home is child is quite sensory, bouncing the ball near the television. And I say, hey, buddy, move that outside. And the child, because their processing is a little bit slower, will keep on bouncing the ball 5 more times. Now, if I don't know that there's a high likelihood or I'm not attuned to the fact that it takes my child longer to process that information and he bounces the ball 5 more times, what am I going to do when he does that? I'm going to lose my shit. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to say, I said, take it outside. And I'm going to have a thing with my kiddo. And my kiddo will go, but I did. I did stop bouncing the ball. Because in his world, he did when he processed what I'd asked. So this is really important information for me to know as a carer. If my child, and when I have children come into my home, I just assume all of these things until I get to know them. The other thing that they found out in that they noticed in the study was a child will be 63% more likely to have a sensory seeking issue. So sensory seekers, has anyone got a sensory seeker in their home? They're so fun. They're the kids that walk up your white walls and they need to hold and orientate themselves. So they run their filthy little fingers up my white walls and knock off my pictures. And if I don't know that, I'm going to lose it, aren't I? But I'm going to give my child some sensory stimulation so they don't need to do that all the time. Sensory seekers look like ADH kids. They've always got to be touching stuff. They're always on the move. They're always seeking. And this is just about input to make their body feel safe. So once you know sensory stuff and you can see it, like I said, you just can't unsee it. So this stuff is really important for us to know as caregivers, because if we don't know it, we're going to respond differently to the behaviour. The final B, and for me this is the worst B. This is the B that, for me as a carer and for me as a professional, I never want to contribute this, is the belief system. And again, Stacey touched on this earlier today. The belief system for our children is that I must be a bad kid. Everyone's yelling at me. I can't go to school full time. I must be bad because of all these other Bs. So everything that I do in every interaction that I have with my children is to improve their belief system that you are a great kid. And I love having you around. And so that's what TBRI does, is it actually looks at not necessarily the behaviour, but everything we do in TBRI is actually designed to kind of move around the invisible Bs, and the behaviour kind of extinguishes. But if we do still have behaviour, there's lots of opportunities in TBRI where we teach behaviour. And when I was in education, I used to say this to teachers all the time, when children can't read, we teach. When they can't add up, we teach. But when they can't behave, what do we do in education? Yeah, we punish. So it's about teaching. So I always hold that in mind when I have a kid in my home that's really challenging me with behaviour, and I look at their behaviour like a skill deficit. My kids say I'm a creep when we have a kid come into our home for the first 48 hours. I am like a creep. I am watching them. I watch them sleep. I watch what foods they go to. I watch what they move towards, what they move away from. And I am like a creep because I want to know my kid. I want to know which one of these I need to be working on. So I don't mind being creepy for a little bit because it's going to help my kid. Okay, video.
Early trauma in whatever form can alter the way the brain develops and trigger changes in neurotransmitters that drive our central nervous system. Neurotransmitters are chemical messengers that tell our hearts to beat, our lungs to breathe, and our limbs to move. They also play a vital role in our moods, memory, even our ability to cope with stress. In children from hard places, key neurotransmitter systems can be altered in potentially harmful ways, causing behavior to spiral out of control.
When you finish.
And cripple a child's ability to learn and grow.
We know that if dopamine is too high or too low, we don't get good learning.
I'm not tired.
We don't get good memory. We don't get clear thinking. Help me, honey.
That's too hard.
It is hard. Too high or too low. We get aggression, violence, acting out, thinking disorders, mood disorders, schizophrenic-like behaviors, autistic-like behaviors. They have neurochemically their fingers in an electric socket. A child who has changes in his brain and his brain chemistry from early trauma won't just automatically heal. They need insightful, precise, skillful parenting.
May I have a hug? Oh, I love you.
They need to be parented more like a toddler or even an infant in terms of how we are kind of on them all the time or with them all the time.
Research has shown that children from hard places can be developmentally less than half their chronological age. So a child who's 8 may act more like a 3 or 4-year-old. A 6-year-old may act more like a 2.5 or 3-year-old.
One of the greatest gifts that I would give a parent if I had the capacity was the compassion that comes with deep insight. If I look at my child's behavior compassionately, I still have to deal with it, but I can deal with it properly because I realize where that behavior was coming from. I have never seen a child that couldn't come to dramatic levels of healing, but we have to know how to guide them.
Don't you love the hopeful music? It just makes me warm my heart. So that's another tip whenever I have a kiddo coming into my home. So we're emergency and respite carers. Our age range is from 3 to 15. We don't want to do the nappy, the baby thing. But we get kids sort of up and over, up to 18 in our home. Respite and emergency, sure. We've had a little one for us, with us since, for the last 2 years. It was a weekend while they set up a residential for her. She's now 9. So yeah, sure, we'll just have her for the night. So we all know how that works, right? But whenever we do have kids come in and I get the age, and my husband and I have a bit of an agreement, I say whether they can, I just make the decision. I never tell him what is on the referral form. And in fact, I only told him recently what was on the referral form for our little one that we have, and he's like, what? We don't get the behaviours. And I just see the behaviours as, okay, they're capable of that. I'm capable of that if I'm put in the right situation. And I do everything in my home to create a sense of safety for my child. So we don't actually see the behaviours. And I suppose because of my background, I think my region likes to stitch me up. They give us all the kids with the Ds, the ODD, the ADD, the ASD, and as many of them as possible in the one sentence. This is another intervention for you. And this is, I suppose, a bit of a mental model. And again, being compassionate with ourselves. This is how we view behaviour. And you may have seen something very similar to this, but if we look at behaviour as a willful disobedience, I used to train educators in this all the time, we end up in a power struggle. Now, for those who've ended up in a power struggle for a kid from a hard place, who wins? No one, but the kid might think that they've won. But we rarely win, right? We end up going in this power struggle down the toilet. And then what happens here is that we enforce a rule, or we put a boundary in place. Kiddo pushes back. We enforce some more rules. That increases our frustration, gets out on our goat, right? Kid gets a little bit more oppositional. We start seeing those behaviours outside of the home. We might start seeing them extend into the school, into the playground, just out in the street after school or whatever. We start seeing more of those social problems. So what do? We usually kind of just enforce more rules, and no one's winning. And for our children who come from hard places, the worst has happened to them. So when we put these threats down, they're like, bring it. I'll take you on. That's how it works, right? Generally. I'm a kid of the 70s, so this is my natural frame of reference, thanks to my parents. Under stress, I come back here sometimes, I'll be honest, but I always have to check myself and come back to this one. When we're working with children from hard places, we actually have to look at their behaviour as a survival behaviour. If the zombies come, I'm going with my kids because they're going to take me to safety. They are survivors. All of their behaviours have brought them to safety and survival to date. It's our job to let them know that they don't need those survival behaviours anymore, that the space that we're creating for them, they don't need them. So what we do when we're looking at behaviour differently is that we're able to give compassionate understanding to the child. We're able to see it for what it is. We don't look at it as willful disobedience, that this child is choosing to wake up and ruin our day. So I listen when I'm talking to caregivers, when they've got a problem, and I'm listening to the language, the shoulds, all those assumptions of deliberately doing that. They know better. If kids can do better, they will. So when we do that, we have a reduced frustration and we have a different response in how we move towards that child. And we create what's called felt safety, and we're going to do a felt safety exercise in a minute. And we bring awareness for that child as well. So we teach that child and we give them voice. Because our children who come from hard places, they don't have a voice. If you think about their removal, where they're placed, where they go to school, whether they can retain their friendships, when they see their parents, they have no choice. They have no words and no voice. So in TBRI, we focus a lot about giving voice to our children. We help them understand and recognise their fears, and we take those fears away. So we end up in an upward spiral with our children, and we get joy. Sounds simple, hey? It's not so simple when we're in the heat of the moment, though, because sometimes we may flick back to a different place. And I'll give you an example. I worked with this kinship carer a few years ago, and she was looking after her 8-year-old nephew. And she was my age, so, we talked about this, and she's like, yeah, I'm with you, Kerry. This is willful disobedience. So we did a lot of work. And after I'd finished with her, I used to do a check-in with her once a week just to see how it was going. And I checked in with her, and I was like, how's the week? And she's like, awful. He has refused to put his shoes on every day of this week. Every day. So we've been late to school, he's in tears, I'm in tears, I pick him up, he has a bad day at school, I've had to pick him up twice early, the teachers can't deal with him, he's just a nightmare. So where do you think her mental model was for her nephew? Which one? Don't be shy. Not a trick question. She was based on her language, she was in the willful disobedience. Now in TBRI, we're always focused on what is the need behind the behaviour? What is this behaviour telling us? So I said that to her, what's his behaviour? What's the need? He needs to put his shoes on, Kerry. That's what he needs to do. Righto. What do you think his need was? Have a guess. May have been control. Socks. May have been the wrong socks. He needed help. Yep. And what we drilled it down to was it was a connection need. So when I'm looking at needs, it's usually, you can pretty much narrow it down to 4 or 5 needs generally. And connection and attachment is one of the key. So that's the first one that I look for. So when I talked to her more about what had gone on that week, he'd had a change in his contact as well. So that had rattled him a little bit. So who has had kiddos who one day can put their shoes on and tie their shoes, and then the next day they can't? Or one day they can do one thing and then the next day they can't. It's frustrating, right? And that's what was happening with this auntie. So I said to her, do me a solid, when he does this tomorrow, can you just help him and put his shoes on? And she's like, it's not going to work, Kerry. Just do me a solid and do it. So she did, and I checked in with her the next week. How was it? How'd you go? Yeah, I helped him with his shoes. And, well, he never did it again, did he? Okay, so we met the need. So in TBRI, we're always finding the need and meet the need. Sometimes the change in behaviour actually comes from us. We need to change our behaviour, not asking the child to change theirs. So that's just a really good demonstration of, and I was able to kind of lead her back through where she sat in this mental model. So she'd moved into that willful disobedience. And again, under stress, we may flip it in between the two. Okay, I'm going to do a little exercise on felt safety. Does anyone have a pathological fear of balloons? If you do, feel free to step outside. When we talk about felt safety, we know when we bring kids into our home that they're safe, right? We're not going to hurt them. But are they going to believe us? If we say, you're safe here, you're okay, You're good. Are they going to necessarily believe us? No, because sometimes the very people or the very situations where they've come from, they haven't been safe. So words don't really matter. So what we do in felt safety is we create environments, and a lot of it's through our non-verbals. So to give you guys a bit of a sense of what it feels like for a lot of our children from hard places, I want you to close your eyes, and I want you to know that at some point, I'm going to pop a balloon. And I want you to, while you've got your eyes closed, knowing that information, if you do have a pathological fear of balloons, you can keep your eyes open. I want you to pay attention to your body. How do you feel in your nervous system? Peeking. Does anyone see what I did with my pen? There it is. Okay. All right, it's coming. Maybe it's not. Okay, I've got a jumper at the front, Joe. What was that like? How did that feel? Wasn't good, hey? That's how your kids feel sometimes. Sometimes when they're just starting a new placement. Some of your kids might feel like that all the time. That sense of, I don't feel safe. Now, we're adults. We know how to activate some strategies to kind of calm ourselves down, don't we? So we knew that that was coming. And if you think about from that anticipatory perspective from our kids, they don't know what's coming. If I go to school today, am I going to get picked up? Am I going to end up in a different home? So felt safety is a really important concept, but it's really difficult to explain. So I find this exercise a really helpful way. I'm going to do it again, and I want you guys to use whatever you can, whether that's deep breathing or anything that you can activate to calm yourself down, knowing what's coming. And tell me whether you jump or whether it feels any better. If you want to keep your eyes open, that's cool. I used to do the first one without telling you, but freaked people out too much. I didn't see a jump there. Was that a better experience for you? Was it a worse experience? Better or worse? You can hear, So what do you think that, was worse the second time? And for, the anticipation, yeah. And that's a great point. Because for some of our children from hard places where they've come from, they've experienced the worst, right? So they're always expecting the worst. So felt safety in TBRI, we're always focused on creating environments where our children feel safe. There's no point telling them that they're safe. We know that, but they don't know that. So how we catch this up for our children from hard places, we do a lot of attachment work in TBRI, which again is something that really drew me to TBRI. So we focus on building that trust. And we build that trust through a lot of the non-verbals, a lot of the actions that we do, and that consistency. We build the self-worth and the self-confidence, the self-efficacy of our children. We give them the skills to be the little people that they have missed out on so far. In TBRI, we focus as a whole section on building sensory competency for ourselves and also for our children from hard places, which again, I had never seen in any other model. So I'm not an OT, but I've certainly worked with a number of OTs over the years. Is anyone an OT in the room? I think they're like the silent heroes in trauma, that like their knowledge. Is anyone working with an OT? Do you just feel smarter just because you work with an OT? Like you just get information that you're like, what? Didn't know that was a thing. We build a lot of social emotional competency. So we do a lot of scripting with our children. We do a lot of role plays. We do a lot of redos. We build the skill base for our children to do things the right way. Lots of practice. And we do it through play. And we look at changing, in TBRI we change that brain chemistry and development. We put our children back on the trajectory of where they should have been had they come from environments where they did get the nurturing that they needed at the time. So in TBRI, there's 3 principles. That's pretty easy. So there's the connecting principles, and these are broken down into 2 types of strategies. And within the strategies, we have little micro skills. So I always think of TBRI like circular security on steroids. It gives us the micro skills of how do I do this in the moment? How do I like my kid when I don't like them on that particular day? How do I connect in with them? So in the mindfulness strategies, it's not about building rocks by a trickling stream. Mindfulness is about being mindful of us, and it's also about being mindful of our child and what their triggers are. It's about being a creep, knowing what they move towards, move away from. Do they sleep? Do they eat? Those sorts of things. It's about being mindful in the moment when we've got a kid in the middle of a meltdown, or when we're getting back chat or eye rolling from a teenager. That's mindfulness. We've got engagement strategies, so they're the micro skills of how do we engage with kids, particularly kids who are difficult to engage. Our empowering principles focus on the physiological, so the internal states, as well as the external, so the ecological, the environmental strategies. So there's different things that we can do in the environment, think like routines, scaffolding, those sorts of things. And then we've got our correcting principles. So our correcting principles are the least used actually in TBRI, but in the proactive strategies, we do lots of things at low arousal levels. So if we've got a kiddo that has difficulty going to bed, we practice how to do that properly at 2 p.m, not when it's hit the fan at 6 or 7. So we're building a lot of that muscle memory and those neural pathways for that child to do it successfully. And then we've got our responsive strategies. So what do we do when the rubber hits the road and we're in the moment? In TBRI, there's scripts. I love a good script. It's something that we can go to straight away. Few words. We stop lecturing. We move away from that. So in a lot of caregiving for children from hard places, because of the adaptive strategies that our children come with, our caregiving looks like that, where connecting is kind of on the pointy end. We spend a lot of time correcting our children and redirecting behaviour. We get burnt out, we get exhausted, we get fatigued. And depending on whether we're aware of the empowering principles, we may or may not use those. But in TBRI, we very much, and again, this is an intervention in and of itself, we focus heavily on connection. So think about my husband when I reveal to him tomorrow when I see him that I'm going away for a week with my girlfriends and leaving him again with the children. I'm going to be well connected with him so he receives that information with joy. Yes, I am. I just don't know how I'm going to do that yet. So in TBRI, we focus on that connection. So the correcting is actually easy. And we focus, secondly, on the empowering. And we spend less time in the correcting. I want you to just take a moment, just a little any thought. I want you to have a think about, with your kiddo or kiddos, if you've got a number of kiddos, think of your hardest kiddo, the one that's causing you, the most grief at the moment. How much time are you spending connecting with that kiddo? How much time are you spending empowering them, so giving them some of those internal physiological supports or ecological, so routines, predictability? And how much time are you spending correcting your child? Be honest. I'm not going to call anyone out, but be honest. Who was honest? Who wants to share? Brave lady. Yep. And 40% in the correcting? Yeah, great. Yes. 20, 60. Where's your 20s? Top 20, yep. And I use this as a bit of a reality check when I'm working with caregivers. And I get the placements that are about to break down. Everyone's about to give up. And this is one of my first questions. We do a little bit of an audit. Where do you think you're spending your time? And it's just a good reality check. And then the first homework that I give to my caregivers, I want you for the next week, spend 10 minutes of intentional play with your kid. Different for each kiddo, right? Because some are easier than others. Some of them push our buttons more than others, right? So 10 minutes of play. Who knows how to play with a child? Hands up. Because it's hard. It's hard. A lot of adults that we forget, we lose that. It was something that I had to relearn because I'm process driven. I'm like, we got to get from A to B. So for me, I had to really spend a lot of time learning how to play. Play is now my go-to. I walk around usually with balloons. I'm a master. I'm highly competitive as well, but I'm a master handballer. I love smashing my kids with the handball. I have a balloon in my pocket at all times. So in the heat of the moment, when I look at a kid looking wobbly, whether I'm working with them or whether I'm caring for them, I blow up that balloon and we just play balloon pong. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, that will reset our relationship straight away. So introducing just some play into your lives with your kids will bring about that connection. Very simple. Can be hard to do sometimes, but that's if you're feeling frustrated and overwhelmed by your kiddo, go home and do 10 minutes of intentional play. And that's play that they like, not what you like. This is something that, just a caveat there. Yeah, it's not so easy, right? But balloon pong, that's fun. Okay, let's go into the connecting principles. So the mindfulness strategies, I mentioned at the beginning that in TBRI, it's all so easy, except for one thing. What do you reckon the one thing that's not so easy is? Have a guess. Chuck, throw it out there. Be brave. Yes, gold star, managing yourself. In TBRI, we do a lot of work in the first instance on becoming a Jedi Knight, in remaining calm in the threat. And you will know people, you may even be one of those people where there's just a whole lot of chaos going around. I am not one of those people. So I had to work really hard on this. But managing yourself, particularly when you're at high arousal, when it's hit the fan. And when we're looking at the mindfulness and managing ourselves, it's looking at things like, what is my own attachment style? Am I dismissive as an adult? If I'm dismissive as an adult, it's going to be harder for me to move towards the emotional availability to my child when they're distressed. I'm going to do a great job at doing all the physical stuff. They're going to have everything that they need. They're going to be engaged in sports. They're going to do really well at school. They'll have a tutor. But the emotional stuff, particularly when they're upset, is going to be hard. And I might just be more in tune just to go like that. So knowing that about myself. Now, back in the olden days when attachment research first came out, we used to think that what you got in your attachment style was it. But we know that attachment moves, so we can definitely move and change that. The first step is understanding what your own adult attachment style is. If you're a secure adult, then you're much more able to respond and attune to your child. It's also about examining, what are my triggers? What are my values? What are my core values that trigger me? So I'll tell you, when I did my foster care assessment, and this was a question that I was asked, and I already knew because I had done these assessments professionally, but mine are, and these are the top three that I would often see, is honesty. Who's got that one? Respect. And family, they were mine. But honesty and respect, top two, see them all the time. How do you go when your kids lie to you? Because they will lie. How does that sit with you? How do you go when you've got a kid who is sassy and disrespectful, or you've got a kid who rolls their eyes, or you've got a kid who ignores you or is just generally disrespectful? How does that go for you? Is it triggering? Yep. So knowing these things is really important for us as caregivers. Once we know, then we can able to respond and we can work on our Jedi Knight. I'm going to share with you an example of mindfulness in action. Our very first placement, and this was, I believe, a full stitch up from my placement unit. We got these two boys, they were 8 and 9. No one would take these kids for respite. They were tough, man, and they had all the Ds. They came with a sack of pills. There was 9 pills that these kids took. They had pills in the morning, pills in the evening. Of course, I never told my husband what was on the referral form, but I was like, bring it, I'm ready. Now, these kids were hard, and I only had them for the 3 nights, but oh my God, first introduction to caring. But I was a Jedi. I was like, I got this. I kept them busy. I was attuned. I was with them all the time. I was exhausted, but I had it. And the older one, I could tell that he was rattled because he was used to triggering his adults, and he wasn't getting to me. So it was the second night. We had a great day. We hadn't had one meltdown. There was not one hole in the wall. There was no feces smeared. There was nothing. We were on a good roll. About to get in the bath. I'm not doing it. Okay. And I'm channeling Dr. Purvis. And I don't know why I did this because I'm not Texan. But my son is behind me and his brother's there. And I give him an instruction. And I said, yes, ma'am. I'm not Texan. And he goes, yes, mammal. My kid behind me sniggers, and his brother sniggers, and this kid, there was like this split second of eye contact between this kid and I. He's like, I gotcha. And in that moment, in that split second, I felt my body, I felt my heart race, my head go fire. I thought, he's got me. And I thought, I have two ways to respond to this, where I will either have a hole in the wall or I'll have that kid in the bath. So I took a breath and I went with the mammal. And I went, yes, mammal, high five. And you should have seen his face. He was like, what? I thought I had you, lady. Anyway, okay, I quickly pushed him into the shower, had his bath. And from then on in, he still comes to us, I'm mammal. And so whenever I'm checking a direction or an instruction with him, it's yes, mammal, yes, mammal. I've learned from that experience and I now say yes, queen. Yes, queen. And I do that playfully, and that's part of TBRI, so we do that playfully. My kids won't jump on the yes, queen thing, but I'm working on that. But that is a perfect example of mindfulness. I knew that kid had activated me. He'd activated my core value of disrespect, and my own kid is standing in there in the background sniggering. But I also know that my response to that determined the outcome. So that's the hardest bit of TBRI. If we can tackle that stuff, then you will be Jedis, I guarantee it. I'm not going to actually show you the attachment cycle because I want to make sure I get through everything. But I'm going to show you here. This is one of the best attachment examples or explanations of attachment. So if you look at the inside of that circle, when a baby cries, and if you think about this as a baby, so when we have a baby cries and we meet their needs, right? So in the right-hand side, yep, you're right, of that, the baby is in distress and their sympathetic nervous system is activated. So they're crying, their little body's a little bit alert, and in their brain, their neurotransmitters are activated, so they're elevated. So we have excitatory neurotransmitters in our brain. They're not exciting, but they just elevate the brain. And this is a yin-yang thing that happens to all of us all throughout the day. But in infancy, it's really easy to spot. So those that have little ones, this is what's happening in attachment. So baby cries, we meet the need, and baby has very few needs in their early days. So they're hungry, tired, hot, cold, wet. And so we meet their needs, and when we meet their needs, the other side, which has kind of moved, has been rubbed out, but the other side is activated. So there's a yin and a yang. It's the accelerator and the brake that goes all the time. So when we meet the needs, the parasympathetic nervous system, so the brakes in the nervous system is activated, and inhibitory neurotransmitters, which calm the brain, happens every time we meet a need. And this is the pattern that happens in infancy. This is how attachment is developed. Baby cries, adult comes. Baby cries, adult comes. Every time the baby cries, as the caregiver, we're saying, yes, yes, I love you, I will meet your needs, I will feed you, I will nurture you, I will come for you. For our children who come from hard places who didn't have that, what happens is, if those needs are not met, the baby stays in chronic distress. So the parasympathetic nervous system is activated more often than not, and it's kind of like a runaway train. So this is why we have kids that are stuck on that fight or flight. In the brain chemistry, we have the excitatory neurotransmitters that are on all the time. So they're elevated in the brain at all times. This is why we have the erratic behaviour from our children. So if our kids don't get that yin and yang, need met, need expressed, need met, need expressed, need met, what we see, who's got 2 to 3 year olds? We see behavioural dysregulation. I can walk into any childcare and spot any child from a hard place, and I reckon you could too, because you can see it in their little bodies. They're not in control of their body. They're all over the place. They look quite different to the other children. From 4 to 6, we start seeing ADHD, ADD type symptoms. We also start seeing children with diagnoses of ADHD, ADD, because what's happening around that time? They're going to school, and we need their little bodies to be sitting on the floor and attending. We need that executive functioning that Stacey was talking about this morning. From 8 to 10, we start seeing depression and anxiety, which in children looks more like agitation. It's not sadness. It's not that chronic sadness. And remember, this is an American model. So in America, they diagnose children from the age of 12 with things like bipolar. We don't do that here in Australia, thank goodness. But from 12, we start seeing bipolar-like symptoms, those real up and down mood disorders. And I hear that from carers all the time. It's like she's got bipolar, or it's like he's schizophrenic. There's just this sudden mood change. And this comes from that cycle that hasn't been met in childhood. So in TBRI, what we do in all of our interactions is be conscious of the need, and our children, when they're older, they don't just cry to express their need. They will express their need through their behaviour, right? So we need to be attuned to their behaviour and meet that need and say yes as many times as possible. Now, how does that land for people saying yes, 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 yes? Because that can be a little bit tricky, right? We become a yes parent. But in TBRI, remember, we're high structure, high nurture. So we're not just spoiling, we are always dealing with behaviour. We are dealing with behaviour a little bit differently.
Now,
and this is called giving voice. So in TBRI, we talk about giving voice. And this is around finding situations in your home where you can intentionally say yes to your child. In my home, what it looks like is I have a box in my pantry that is called the Hungry Box. And in the Hungry Box is an array of snacks, and there's a similar box in the fridge. So when kids come into our home, I say to them, if you're hungry at any time, because a lot of our kids have food issues, right? And they hoard food, they take food to places where they shouldn't, they take too much food, they steal food in the middle of the night. So this helps them with this, but it also gives voice. So I say to them, you can have anything you want from the 2 Hungry Boxes any time of the day, whenever. They're like, whenever? Yep. The only thing I want you to do is I want you to ask with good words. Because what I'm doing there is I'm getting them to express their needs. I'm also getting them to practice how to use their good words. Because who gets children from hard places who have perfect manners, who know how to say, please, thank you? They don't learn that, or they've been to that many homes. Because when I've had my own biological children, from the minute they've been sitting up, when I hand them something, I'm saying, ta, ta. I'm instilling that from the beginning. But if I have a kiddo that's come to me for the 12th placement, and some of those things may not be standard in where they've come from, so I don't just assume. So this is about them practicing the skill of asking with good words. I'm also seeing how many times they're hitting up the Hungry Box. Now, of course, I'm going to get kids that hit me up for the Hungry Box just before dinner. And I'm going to say yes every single time. I will never say no. Because when I'm saying no to the baby who cries because they're hungry. And I don't want to do that. I want to build trust. So when I'm doing this, I'm building trust with my kiddo. So when they hit me up just before dinner as we're just walking the thing, can I have something from the Hungry Box? Hell yeah, yeah. Grab it, put it next to you. If you're still hungry after dinner, you can have it. If they wanted to eat it before dinner, I'm still going to say yes, because money in the bank for that kid is going to be far better when I need to correct a behaviour later. So that's one example of how I give voice and say yes to my children. And I only need a couple. The other yes for me is I have a freezer full of super dupers. So if you're thirsty in my house, you get water, water, or water. But if you want to come home from school, you want to get up in the morning, you want to have a super duper, yes. Yes, you can. And what kid doesn't like a super duper, right? That's 30 mils of cordial. I don't really care. Again, I'm getting strong money in the bank and I'm building trust for that child. And I'm saying yes each time. Of course, initially that kid will hit up the freezer for 8 or 9 times a day. But over time, they kind of forget about it. But it's about testing me. Are you really going to say yes to a super duper at 7 in the morning? Yes, I am. Take it. And I'm building trust all the time, building trust. So have a think about how you can build trust for your kiddos, how you can bring them back to this, to say yes. And in doing that, how you can give them the skill to use their voice. Okay, connecting principles. These are just some of the, how do we do this? What are some of the behavioural, what are some of the actual micro skills? So we're going to do behaviour matching. So what that looks like in my home, I might wear the same shirt. The same colour shirt as a kid that comes out. Because when we match, we belong. We have a sense of belonging. If I have teenagers or if I'm going to work in a resi, I crack out my TNs. I do not like TNs, but I have a pair of TNs because when I wear TNs in the resi, I have immediate street cred and I am part of their crew. And I'm building that credibility with them, but I'm matching with them as well. I only wear them to the resis and to football. I get good street cred at football. Touch, someone mentioned touch before. We are biologically driven to have touch, healthy touch. But in our children from hard places, if we don't give them healthy touch, they learn to touch in unhealthy ways through aggression, violence, through sexualised behaviours. So I look for many moments to build in healthy touch with my kids. High five, fist pumps, I have a cuddle chair. My kids, it's mandatory. I do forced cuddling with them, they're teenagers. And teenagers need more touch. My 16-year-old hates being touched. You'll see I'm bruised at the moment. This is how I'm touching with my teenager at the moment. He's learning Muay Thai. I'm his partner. And he kicked me in the thing the other day. He said it was an accident, but I'm not sure. So I'm building as much touch as possible. When I've got a kid coming home from school, I will bend down, get down at there, and I will hold their hands. And when I'm talking to them, I am looking, how was your day? And I'm squeezing their hands. I'm giving them proprioceptive touch and letting them know, you are precious. You are amazing. You are this amazing kid. Warm eyes. When we think about our kids from hard places, when people say, look at me, what is the situation that's happening in? When they're in trouble. I said, look at me while I'm talking to you, right? So and this was a mindfulness exercise for me, when I sort of reflected on how I am as a parent, there's 2 ways that my kids will scatter. One is I give a really good stink eye, and the other is my voice. So my voice becomes very clipped, and kids will say, I'm not yelling, but they'll be like, don't yell at me. I'm like, I'm not yelling. So being mindful of those things. So every time a child comes into the room or I see them, I look at them like I would look at them as a baby. If you don't like your kid on a particular day, go and watch them sleep. Particularly it's a good strategy for teenagers. We have photos of everyone in our home as a baby. So when I open the fridge, I'm looking at them as a baby, and that's how we want to look at our kids. Because who looks at a baby and can't be like, oh my God? They're designed like that. Their ears are a little bit lower, their foreheads are bigger. They're designed for us to do that. But as they get older, they're a bit more verbal, they become a little bit more challenging. So being mindful of those warm eyes with our kids. Voice quality, I just spoke about that. That's our pitch, our cadence and our tone. Are we sing-song? Are we fast talkers? Are we slow talkers? Being mindful of that. And playful engagement. Everything in TBRI, there's playful engagement. So if you're naturally fun, and I find that guys do this much better, if you're not a fun person or you're too stressed, get out there and be playful with your kiddos. And so we respond to behaviours in a playful way as a first intervention. So if we're getting sassy responses, I'm going to go, ooh, sassy. Do you want to try that again? But I'm going to do that lightly with my kiddo. It's a quick verbal redirection and correction. I don't need to jump over the top. Okay, empowering principles. This one here, when we talked about the body, the impacts of trauma on the body, one of the other pieces that came out of the research is that if you've been impacted by trauma, you are more likely to get dehydrated. So can you feel in yourself when you're dehydrated? Can you feel what your body is like? You also lose 10% cognition when you're dehydrated. So our children from hard places, they can't afford that. They can't afford to lose 10% cognition. We already heard from Stacey this morning. The executive functioning's not working. So here's another strategy. Every kid in my home gets a drink bottle. What do our kids from hard places drink generally? Slurpees and Coke. In my experience, they come to me with Slurpees and Coke. So when they come to my home, I have a basket of water bottles. I give them choice. I say, choose a water bottle, go to my office and get a labeler, put your name on it, and we drink all day. And if I'm noticing my kids are getting a little bit like they're going to flip their lid, we will have a drink. And it works. It will short circuit a tantrum. Not all the time, but it's a great strategy. Likewise for food. So for our children from hard places, based on the research that came out of the Atchison study, blood sugar drops quicker. Who's been hangry? Are you rational and reasonable when you're hangry? Sometimes your kids might just be hangry and dehydrated. Feed them water. Sleep. Are your kids sleeping? Who's functional when they're not sleeping? Anyone? I'm definitely not functional when I'm sleeping. So these are the physiological strategies, really easy to remember. So just having those things, modelling that water drinking a lot. And then sensory needs, noticing whether your child is moving away or moving towards something. So that's your sensory seeking or sensory defensive behaviours. Some kids might have a combination of both, and there are lots of things that we can do just around giving them some proprioceptive, like hugs, weighted blankets, to kind of calm the nervous system to get them going for the day. Sometimes the need behind the behaviour is actually the sensory need. So there's some really simple ways, toddler, infant, toddler and teenager massage, rice buckets, snacking, water bottles. You might have a child that's sensory defensive around tags, different socks, undies, those sorts of things. So being mindful of those. We also in TBRI practice a lot of self-regulation. So when I have kids come into my home, we do this at a low arousal level. We practice the magic mustache. So this is a pressure point that activates the parasympathetic nervous system. So I will shout out at various points of the day, magic mustache, and we will all do that and we'll take a breath. So in the moment, when my kid is flipping his lid, we will do a magic mustache together. I've taught it from as young as 3, and he had a God Almighty tantrum. And I was like, okay, I'm going to give him a drink and try the mustache thing. And it worked. Probably wouldn't have worked the next day, but I don't know where it came from. It was just a meltdown from nowhere. But he knew what the magic mustache was. He'd associated that with play. So that's one thing. I do engine plates with my kids. I get them to check their engines. Are you in the red zone, green zone? If anyone's familiar with the zones of regulation. So everyone has an engine plate in my home. Everyone has permission to call out if they see someone is in the wrong zone, me included. So if they see that I'm in the red zone, then they can call that out. So that's just something that we have. And physical play, we do so much physical play. One thing that I've noticed in caring for kids is they miss out on a lot of that physical stuff. I'm a mother of boys. If you haven't had a laceration in childhood, you haven't had a childhood. But I have a lot of the boys in particular that we care for have never climbed a tree. They've never climbed a rock. That because we're worried if they get a scratch, I've got to fill in a million forms. So they miss that developmental step. And so they don't have that good sense of their body and where they are. They can't ride bikes, they can't swim. The empowering principles, these are our ecological strategies. This is scaffolding. So for our children from hard places, when we're at the park, I'm going to give them 4 scaffolds. I'm going to give them four warnings. Okay, guys, we've got 10 minutes and we're going to wrap it up, and this is what it's going to look like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to give them another 3. Give them lots of warning of what's coming up. If they're about to start a new school or if contact's changing to a different location, I'm actually going to take them there the day before so they can see what it's like. I'm not going to spring it on them. I'm going to create rituals. So I'm going to find out where are the pressure points for my kiddo. If it's getting out the door in the morning, I'm going to create a ritual for my kid. If it's Sunday, so Sunday's a bad night in our house. Everyone's on a downer because they've got to go back to school and work. So we have a ritual in our home called Sunday Sunday. We have a Sunday basket. We have those old-fashioned Sunday glasses, and the kids can help themselves and go to town and have a Sunday. What that does is bring the child's focus to something to look forward to on a Sunday night rather than, oh my God, I got to go to school. And everyone feels better. Transitions, we're transitioning children, into the car, out of the car, into school. Our little one, she doesn't transition well anywhere. So when I do her hair in the morning, we practice on how to transition. Sometimes I'm her and she's got to be the teacher. Sometimes, we reverse role. So we actually role play how to transition. And I do a big carry on and let her know what it looks like when she doesn't want to get out of the car to go into the classroom, or doesn't want to come out of the classroom to go to lunch and then doesn't want to go back into the classroom after lunch. So we practice that. I'm building that through play. I'm building muscle memory. I'm building new neural pathways for my child so that they can do it successfully. Because when they do it successfully, they're not a bad kid. I'm taking away that belief system for them. Very quickly, the corrective principles. The goals of correction is that we stay connected to our child at all times. In fact, we want to be stronger in our connection at the end of a correction. Who does that? Does that sound like a lofty goal? We want changed behaviour. Sometimes the changed behaviour is ours, might be. And we want to be content in the relationship with the child. So we want the child to be happy, and I want to be happy as well. So sometimes correction can be over coercive. I can be the 70s, do as I say, not as I do, just do it. But my child's not connected to me, they're not content. I might get the changed behaviour, but I might have an unhappy child. So these are the 3 goals of correction in TBRI. And in that, we're building in that felt safety. So how do you stay connected to your kiddo after you've corrected them? Well, first of all, remember the pyramid. If I have a strong foundation of connection, then I can correct them playfully, and then I can return back to. Afterwards, I'm going to do a playful re-engagement with them after. I do redos with my kids. We act it out in a silly way to do it the right way, the wrong way. So if that happens again, if it's an adolescent, I will do it in a verbal redo. But I'm always coming back with a high five at the end, and I want that kid stronger in their connection to me. Sharing power, this is another one, another proactive strategy. This can be quite counterintuitive. Who shares power with their children? It's very effective, particularly for our controlling children. If you've got a controlling child, share power. When I say share power, you're not giving them, they're not in charge. You are still in charge. But the child is getting practice on how to make decisions. So we had a little 3-year-old. We were his 9th placement in like 3 weeks. He came to us with a bunch of keys. That was his security blanket. He was hard, man, but so controlling. You couldn't do anything. You could give no nurture to this child. So I just choiced the hell out of him. You want this spoon or this spoon? They were both the same spoon. You want this cup or this cup? You want this plate or this plate? Everything I offered him was a choice. And so he felt like he was in control of the situation. Within a day, he was fine. Well, not fine, actually. We'd had a few meltdowns. But he was much better, and we were able to kind of keep him much longer than what everyone else had been able to keep him. And we did keep him for as long as we could until I had to travel again. But proactive strategies such as sharing power keeps the behaviour going. So when we're doing that, we're giving choices, 2 choices, only 2 choices, 2 choices that we are happy with. We're not going to give a choice that we don't want to follow through on, but giving choices. Really helpful with adolescents, and compromises as well. Also helpful with adolescents. So I will say to my adolescents in the home, I will have to say no sometimes as a parent, and you're going to hate me for that, but I give you permission to ask for a compromise if you do it with respect, because I'm teaching them how to offer negotiation respectfully. So they can always come back at me and go, Kerry, can I have a compromise and have 10 more minutes on the Xbox? Sure. Yes. Great asking. Good words. It's not going to kill me. But I'm sharing some power with that kiddo. These are some of the scripts that we have in TBRI. So for the lecturers in the room, these are the things that I really hang on to. So the top 3, they come from TheraPlay, if anyone's familiar with TheraPlay. So no hurts. So that's no inside hurts, no outside hurts. Stick together. So as a family, we stick together. We look out for each other. And we have fun. They're our family rules that are explicitly written in our kitchen. So when I've got kids that are being a bit handsy, I just shout out, hey, no hurts, guys. That's it. They know what that means. We've gone through that. We practice that. Or I'll say, hey, who's having fun? Who's breaking the rule of having fun? I'm not having fun. You having fun? For some kids, we might have some other scripts. So our little guy, our little 3-year-old, very rough with his hands. So we used to practice gentle and kind. I have a very forgiving cat. It's a rag doll, so you touch it and it kind of just sort of flops. So we practice with him gentle and kind. He's a kind of our therapy cat. So we practice at low arousal how to be gentle and kind. So when he's getting handsy and he's under threat and he starts swinging at everyone, I just go over to him, hold his hands, get down to his level and go, remember gentle and kind. He knows what that means because we've practiced that. With teenagers, a good one is get me to yes. So if they're coming to me with an unreasonable request, I'll be like, get me to yes. It's going to be a hard no, but get me to yes. You know, and that's an invitation to, give me a compromise. That's what that means. Some kids I need to practice accepting no. I have some kids that don't like the word no. Who's got that kid? So we play games on how to accept no, and we make it fun and silly. So in the moment, a no doesn't actually set them right off. Okay, I've gone way over. Yep, all right. So in TBRI, we've got 3 in the corrective space. We have 3 levels of response. And in the first level of response, and this really looks at, with our children from hard places, we're not usually efficient in how we respond. Who feels that sometimes they might overcorrect with their kid because they're sick of them? Yeah. So in TBRI, we really focus on really meeting the behaviour for what it was. And a lot of the behaviour can be just a quick redirection that's done quite playfully. So our level 1 is just would you like to try that again? And that was the first one. When I did my training, that's what I practiced on. Would you try it again? I tried it with my own kids. Try it again. If they were rude, sassy, try it again. Verbal redirection. All done playfully. Structured engagement is where we might pause. We might be a little bit more structured. Our tone might be a little bit more, a bit lower. We might speak a little bit slower, and we're going to give 2 choices. And we're going to help them each time come back to playful engagement. And finally, level 3, sorry, I'm just kind of zooming through this, but if you want to know more, come and talk to me. Level 3 is where the behaviour is really escalated. This is where we have some practice time, so we have that time in space. We're sitting with the child, so the person who mentioned that before, sitting with, not the time out, we're doing time in, and we're really helping and co-regulating that child. Sometimes we need to practice that over and over, again, at low arousal level if you can. That's the most successful. Sometimes you may not be able to. Remembering that when it's over, we're always remaining connected. That is always our goal. Come back to base, back to the connection with our child. And we're always practicing that rupture repair. We just had a little thing there, I didn't like that. Or I've noticed that when we're going in the car to school, you get handsy with your brother and we end up in a thing. We have a fight. Let's work together to see how we can not do that in the car. What are some ideas on how we can have fun in the car? So that's a recent conversation I've had. Here's some resources. If you want to know more, there are a lot of free resources on the interweb. If you look at the TCU website, there is lots on YouTube. So you'll see lots of videos on YouTube. There's some really great animates as well. There's 2 books called The Connected Parent and The Connected Child that go into TBRI. Anything Dan Siegel very much aligns with TBRI, so all of Uncle Dan's work. And also Mona Delahook, if you're not familiar with her work, she's very much TBRI lensed as well. So any of her work is very much aligns with TBRI. Thank you. I'm so sorry I went over. This is one of the mantras, my favourite mantras in TBRI. Stay calm no matter what. See the need behind the behaviour. Meet the need. Find a way. It's our responsibility to find a way. And don't quit. Because if it's not you, then who's going to do this? And I just think that's beautiful. I have that blown up in my home. And I dish that out to my carers all the time because we need to not quit. Hang in there, bring the joy, but always, what's the need? What is the need behind that behaviour? Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference. So sorry. I've got hungry people looking at me. Sorry.
Great, thanks very much, Kerry. Some really good practical tips there, and I love that term, children from hard places. I really like that. So look, before we break for lunch, Freddie's just asked me to make one comment. So there is a foster family movie night coming up on Wednesday the 12th of April. It's going to be at the Outdoor Cinema in Burswood. And so all FCA WA members have the opportunity to attend free of charge, so for yourselves, your biological and your children in care. And there'll be an email coming out tomorrow with all the details, so look out for that. So lunch is being served out there, and if we can come back at 1:30, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hey.
Okay, everybody, if we could make our way back in, that would be much appreciated. Just to note, there are apparently a series of conference bags that will be left down near the registration area, so got some information and packs together. So if you'd like to pick one of those up before you leave today, you're more than welcome to do that. Now, before we go for the last presentation of the day, we've got another video that we'd like to share with you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. So what are your names, boys?
My name's Charlie.
And my name's Leandre. And together we're Baz and Melody. Bam.
What's the dream with you two guys?
I just want to deliver it to you people. I just want to give an awesome performance.
I get ya! I get ya! What did your mum and dad do for a job?
My mother's a personal trainer, and my father's a stonemason.
Stonemason!
Yeah, bro!
And you?
My mum's a cook in a school.
Dinner lady, yo!
And my stepdad, he owns his own company.
He's a businessman, yeah!
Can I just say one thing? Alicia, I love you so much. You're my inspiration.
He fancy Alicia. He don't like Amanda.
Amanda, you're beautiful as well.
He is lying!
Boys, can I just ask you, what are you singing?
Well, it's Hope by Twista and Faith Evans, but it's a bit of a twist in the rap because I wrote it myself.
What's the song about?
It's about anti-bullying.
Anti-bullying?
Yeah, because it's something that I feel deep about. So. I started rapping because I went through a very hard time in primary school. I was getting bullied.
As a parent, it's one of the hardest things to see your child upset and going through emotional turmoil. It is hard, very hard.
When I used to be like down in the dump, I used to write down my raps. I could express myself through what I was writing down.
I was very happy with the way the Andre dealt with it. They actually stood up to the bully and resolved the situation.
I moved schools and it's a much better environment for me. I love school. I really do love school, it's amazing.
I'm very proud of him, very proud.
The first time we met, we really clicked. It was just an automatic connection. Like, I didn't think it'd be like that.
We're brothers.
I think music's made him a lot stronger. If it wasn't for his music, he wouldn't be as confident and as cheeky, you know? It just helps him a lot.
We really want people to listen and hear our lyrics that are in our song.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you. Check it out.
Oh no.
Here we go. Please help me, God. I feel so alone. I'm just a kid. How can I take it on my own? I've cried so many tears, yeah, writing this song. Trying to fit in, where do I belong? I wake up every day, don't want to leave my home. My mama's asking me why I'm always alone. Too scared to say, too scared to holler. I'm walking to school with sweat around my collar. I'm just a kid, I don't want no stress. My nerves are bad, my life's a mess. The names you call me, they hurt real bad. I want to tell my mom she's having trouble with my dad. I feel so trapped, there's nowhere to turn. Come to school, don't wanna fight, I wanna learn. So please, Mr. Bully, tell him what I've done. You know I have no dad, I'm living with my
Just
mom.
be hopeful, yes I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it, let it take you.
I like these two. I do.
Hopeful, hopeful, and he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but that's okay, just be hopeful.
Why the trip back a single day? I didn't ask to be born, but now I have to pay. I ain't got no money, you take all I have. When I give it to you, I search for my bags. I feel so scared when you shout me down. You kick me, punch me, throw me to the ground. When I ask you, yo, what have I done? You hit me again, I make fun of my mom.
Hopeful, yes I am hopeful for today. Take this music,
check it out.
Use it, let it take you away, and be hopeful, hopeful, and he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but that's okay, just be hopeful.
What I wear is all I have. We lost a home, I'm living from a bag. Yo, Mr. Bully, help me please, I'm flesh and blood. Accept me, please. Hey, Mr. Bully, I don't know what to do. My mind can't explain what I did to you. Mr. Bully, take a moment, please. Every single day, you bring me to my knees.
Hopeful, yes I am hopeful for today. Take this music and use it, let it take you away, and be hopeful, hopeful, and he'll make a way. I know it ain't easy, but that's okay, just be hopeful.
Great, aren't they? Before we get into the next presentation, I have some information I've just been asked to share with you. So the Department of Communities is running some workshops around learning opportunities for family carers. So what they would like to do is they would like to have some family carers volunteer to be part of some focus groups. So they want to start, type of information will be about the types of topics that you think would be useful to learn about as a family carer, where you'd like the training to occur, other ideas that you might have. So if that's something that you think you'd like to participate in, I've got the contact details there, Jane Ogilvie. So maybe if you're interested, perhaps you could just take a photo of that and contact Jane. So we now have the last presentation for the day, and a little bit of a change of pace. As you can see here on the stage, we've got 5 people coming up to now deliver this next final presentation. So we've got Ben Whitehouse will be leading the discussion. So Ben's a social worker, spent most of his career supporting people across the entire state within the Department of Communities. And he's recently been appointed Executive Director of Statewide Services, leading the Fostering and Family Care Directorate. We've also got Nina Matthews, also a social worker, worked in the child protection system for 10 years and now coordinates the carer support activities in the East Metro region. Verity Roenfeld, a developmental educator, artist, author and social worker who began her career in South Australia and Victoria in the Disability Services and has spent the last 10 years in WA with the Department of Communities. And they will also be joined by Emerson and Lauren Lawrence. So Ben and his team have developed a program to deliver non-Aboriginal carers the deep understanding of Aboriginal culture to better support the needs of the children in their care. And they're going to provide an overview of the unique program, so please make them welcome.
Beautiful, thanks David. And we're going to start with a rap just like those little fellas as well. We're not. We'll just wait until these guys come sit down. Do you want to stay here next to me? So thank you. Yeah, look, my name's Ben Whitehouse, this is my colleague Nina. Just want to acknowledge that this is a giant change of pace from the incredibly polished. I had to say, your dress is just exceptional. I tried to count. I think there's slightly more sad faces than there are smiley faces though. I saw the sad. How many people say, if you didn't hear, apparently it's depending on whether you're a glass half, I don't know if it's glass half full. Go on, up, up. No worries, and learnt something about myself. I'll be accepting hugs later. Thank you. Thank you. And look, just it is a change of pace. We are really looking to West Australianify and particularly East Metroify, I suppose, the discussion now in terms of foster caring, and really just want to acknowledge how polished and incredibly impressive all the previous presenters over the last couple of days are. So thank you, everyone. But I might just also firstly hand over to Lauren and Emerson to acknowledge country. What I want to do is, the title of the presentation. I just want someone to lend me a hand, and I'll talk to you about that in a second. This acknowledgement of country was developed by Armidale Carers as part of the cultural space, and we'll talk to you a little bit more about what that is, who they are. But we thought it was fitting today that we start with this acknowledgement.
Kaya. So we at the Cultural Space extend our respect to the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, who are the traditional owners of the land and waters of this region. We would also like to acknowledge the Aboriginal children in our care and their families and pay our respect to them and their ancestors. As foster carers of Aboriginal children, we commit to guiding the children to understand the importance of their connection to their culture, their language, and people and strive to support the children develop a strong sense of their Aboriginal identity and belonging, which is grounded in their culture. We're going to do this. Go along.
All right. So we've come today to talk about a couple of things. I am a dyed-in-the-wool child protection worker, unabashed, have been for 20 years, and really am passionate about children, particularly children in out-of-home care. What we're talking to you today is, yes, what David talked about around the cultural space, but what we want to start is around an initiative that we have looked at in the East Metro, and I'll talk to you what that means, around how we can better support carers, because children heal in care arrangements, and we want to talk about that. So we'll talk about that to start with. I want to start by just acknowledging this young man. For anyone who worked in Mirrabooka around 2005, 2006, they may well recognise, I'm looking at a couple of people over there, they may well recognise him. I started in Mirrabooka Child Protection when I was 21. I know it was absolutely reckless, wasn't it? This young man on my second day, it wasn't the first day, we had a rather wily old team leader then who said, his name's Josh. Josh is on the roof again. Can you go down to the school and get him off the roof? And I'm like, what? And since that time, Josh turned 34 2 days ago, which is terrifying. And this is me as one of his groomsmen at his wedding. Almost everything I've learnt through in child protection has been embodied in my relationship with Josh around learning about trauma, learning about the power of carers and care arrangements to heal, and learning, I suppose, most importantly, is the relationship between children and adults that can be safe and nurturing and healing. And I like to acknowledge Josh, if ever I talk now and then, it hasn't all been roses, and it's the best photo I've ever seen of him. But I suppose for me, it epitomises what a care system is for, is around remaining connected to biological family and healing from trauma. So the East Metro region. So we talk in regions nowadays, but we still think in districts. So East Metro region encompasses Armidale and Cannington districts, and I've seen so many people from Armidale and Cannington districts here. Give us a woo. Oh, that's more. I didn't think there was that many, but it's nice to see. Right? Essentially, it's the southeast corridor of Perth. So South Perth to Serpentine, we say, and Canning Vale to the hills. So it encompasses two booming, large child protection districts. I was district director of Armidale for a number of years, and it was, hence this initiative starting in the Armidale region and growing out to the whole East Metro. Just a bit of an East Metro region by the stats. There is about 1,000 kids, 978 kids in out-of-home care in East Metro region, so Cannington and Armidale. What you'll notice is that 56% of those children are Aboriginal children in out-of-home care. That's bang on actually for really the number of, it's about 58% of children, I think, across the whole state in care are Aboriginal children. You can see that there's the suite of carers there, that there's 583 carer households approved, and 439, though, are family carers. So the vast majority of carers that are approved in out-of-home care are actually family carers. If I take you back to the first pie, the first point I want to make is that, so there's 548 Aboriginal children in care. 200 of those children are not living in family or care of Aboriginal people. So 200 children are not living in the care of Aboriginal people or family. It was really crystallising for me at one moment when a previous worker that I used to work with, a lady by the name of Renee Ronan, said to me, they're just stats, but if you can imagine, and we have a park next to Armidale office, if you imagine 200 Aboriginal children sitting in that park all at once, they are the amount of children that are not living with family. I just sort of conceptualised my mind. I thought, oh my God, that is absolutely profound. And it really shook me. Okay, so around the time of the foster care refresh, we were starting to think, what on earth can we do to better support carers? The first things we started to think about was around Why do we value carers so much? Why is it that carers are such an important part for us? And really the first and central and only part is that we believe firmly and squarely that care arrangements are the central site of healing. It is in care arrangements that children heal. That, yes, therapy, psychology, OTs are amazing, speech pathology, they're wonderful, but that's half an hour in a week or an hour a week. The vast majority of time is spent for children in their care arrangement. This is the place that we have to invest our money, our resources, our time. The other part is that we must view carers as an extension of our workforce. Now, that might seem like an incredibly simple and logical thing to say, but an extension of your workforce is much different to a volunteer organisation relationship. It is much different. When we started thinking of carers in the department as part of the same workforce, there are different obligations and responsibilities for both. So, what we started to do is we started to get put together with a bunch of our carers the East Metro Carer Initiative, and we we put our various supports, what we could provide, into three categories: skill support, emotional support, and practical support. So skill support we'll talk about a little bit in a while around the cultural space, but we also did a piece of work where our psychologists designed video interactive feedback with carers, a thing called connected caregiving, which we won't talk about today. Emotional support, but what we've also done is we've employed for the first time a speech pathologist and an occupational therapist within the district, which we are hoping to expand across the state. But really, what we want to talk today is around practical support. The often neglected element of support for carers is the element of what practical support is. And so we got to thinking, what on earth can we do to help carers in the practical support space? We continue to hear things like, I'm on my own, I'm exhausted, I've got no time, I just want help, you don't understand, you're actually doing nothing for me, this doesn't feel like a partnership. Those were the things that we continued to hear, which felt at times to us a bit bonkers, because every district, so East Metro is an $80 million enterprise. There's something like 400 staff in the child protection districts in Cannington and Armidale. Yet those were the predominant things that we were continuing to hear. And it boggles the mind that we have so much resource, so much people delivering services, yet what we're getting back is, this isn't a partnership. You're not helping. I feel alone. Just boggles the mind. So, really came to me one day when I was talking to a carer around this, and she said to me this: you can give me all the foster carer morning teas you want. I'm like, yeah? But if you get someone to clean my windows, then I'll be yours forever. I'm like, okay. So the elements of getting together are wonderful. The elements of having fun together and knowing that you're there are wonderful. But all I need is just a bit of help. So what we started to do is we actually started to think, what are the practical things that people need? And why would we do practical support? Well, number one is that the relationship between carers and the department is not an even partnership. We are there for a glimpse of the week, maybe a glimpse of the month. Someone said a glimpse of every 2 years over there at lunchtime, but let's go with glimpse of the week. A glimpse of the week with you. But we are not there at 1:30 in the morning when a child is vomiting or screaming or smearing feces or just wants a hug. We're not there. And do you know what? We can't be there. It's just not going to happen. So what practical support is that it is something that we can do. There are many things we can't do, but practical support is something that we can do. The second reason that we looked at practical support is that it allows you to spend more time doing the stuff you need and want to do. You know, like, everyone here understands that when you finish dinner, you look at the dishes on the table and you think, oh my God, I'd much rather just be playing with the kids or doing something else. But you have to do those things to keep a household running. So the option of actually supporting practically is allowing carers to do something that we hope and expect them to do with the children that they have. The last thing that we often forget about as carer agencies, whether it be the Department of Communities or others, is that the importance of feeling appreciated and valued. It is just a natural human instinct and a human want to feel valued, and people receive and feel value and appreciation in different ways, and receiving practical support for some people is the epitome of feeling valued. So what we went about doing is creating a menu of options, of which you can select all of them, for carers across the East Metro region, from house cleaning to home cooking to professional portraits for kids, to season passes to fun parks, to school health activities. That's Mike Rowe on the phone calling me. Let's just ignore him for today. In terms of the practical supports, I started to think about it as the department. There's many things that we're not this, but in terms of the practical supports, we are a heavily involved, loving, caring, wealthy grandparent. We are those people there that can afford time, can afford you care, can afford you generosity, as a figure of support. The one thing I want to make before other agencies want to throw rotten tomatoes at us is, the point I'll make is that this was just a changing of priorities. This was not an injection of new money. It wasn't a grant from anywhere. It was actually just choosing to prioritise money into this direction. So, house cleaning. All right, so this is about when we were the generous grandma who can support the young parent when they are desperate in need. I'll hand over to Nina to talk about the house cleaning.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Nina. Thanks, Ben, for the introduction. I coordinate carer support activities in the East Metro. So as Ben said, we thought about what's the best way to support our cleaners, and we came up with a menu of options, and one was carer cleaning. We made a partnership with a cleaning company who then agreed to provide 3 levels of cleaning for the carers. That's low level cleaning, that's twice a year, 6 monthly, and medium level, that's 3 hours monthly, and fortnightly, 2 hours. And for a carer to access this, the criteria is they need to have a full-time child in their care, and of course they need to have an active registration with one of the East Metro district. Can you see the slide? Yeah. How can a carer access this? During the carer review, the carer will have a discussion with the placement officer. They then decide what level of cleaning is best suited for them, and the requests then come to us. We forward to the cleaning company. They then make contact with the carers and make arrangements. We have around, I think, 159 carers accessing this cleaning, and 1,355 total cleans have been provided so far.
So, funnily enough, some carers struggle to find the time to get to carer reviews. So what we actually did is, cheekily, we built in that the access to cleaning services needs to be discussed at your carer review. Funnily enough, our carer reviews really increased and became compliant. And what you can see is, as Nina says, there's 159 carer households. So that's 159 different carer households are receiving this. And so far, since June last year, that's 1,355 individual cleans. Nina called it a partnership with the cleaning company. That's a bit generous. We pay them money and they clean. So that's the extent of the partnership.
Don't know, you want me to talk about the cleaning frequency? Yeah. So among the cleaning frequency, the most popular one have been the fortnightly cleaning. So 66% of the carers access this. And the second popular had been spring clean. So that can include window clean, carpet clean, or a house inspection clean, or a clean before the house has been vacated. And this has been a great choice for many carers who doesn't require an ongoing support, but still it's a good choice for them to have a support when they need it. And there's also another level called extended level. That's if a carer has a special situation, like someone is sick at home or a child has special needs. This comes with special approval, so this can be weekly cleaning or extra hours on a fortnight, and depends. It's definitely created to support the carer situation.
Carer meal. So this was shamelessly stolen from Faye. I don't know if many of you remember that there was a once-off foster carer free meal at some stage. I don't know what we called it, but during COVID, was it? Okay, no worries. Well, we received such amazing feedback from carers but we decided in Armidale and Cannington to continue on with home-cooked meals for carers.
So so Ben heard that idea and we decided to continue. We started in Armidale when Ben was the district director there. So that was in 2020. We decided on a carer meal date and we sent an email out to carers around 4 weeks ago. So you can see the menu. So there is one meal will feed 6 people. That's definitely a family meal. Carers will need to look at the menu and send us a list of what they need. So one main meal and a sweet treat and a snack pack. And we collate all the details into one big spreadsheet. And so this is now offered 4 times a year per district. That's one per term. And it's a way for us to say thank you to our carers and also to acknowledge all the hard efforts that you're doing for the children. Next slide. Yeah. So on an average, 100 to 115 meal orders we receive per carer meal. And the cost per meal is $70 plus GST. That's $77. The meals, as I said, for a 115 carer meal, we will require around 7 groups to deliver. So from the spreadsheet, we create location-based groups, and that will require 14 workers per delivery. And the meal bags will come labeled with their numbers, and a big day for workers, just out in the sun. The whole afternoon is taken, and the meals are delivered with a smile, and workers get that smile back. They feel acknowledged for the work they are doing, and also to meet the carers and say hi to you. And since we started in 2020, the first one was in 2020, and now we had 12 meal dates, I believe. So we delivered 1,218 meals in East Metro and a total.
Just to be clear, the carers don't pay for the meals at $70, it's us, just in case you're on that.
So this is a short video about a carer meal day in East Metro. Please have a watch.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So this is some of the feedback that we received from carers. We always get so many emails and text message to say thank you for giving us a night of cooking, and some messages are like it was enough to feed an army kind of things, and not just the carers, workers love doing it too. It's a great day out for us.
And fortunately, some of our carers are looking after armies of kids, so that works out really well. I suppose just to hark back to some of our previous presenters is that, look, carers still have to cook 361 days a year. We're only doing it 4 times a year. But what it is a connection. It's an absolute connection between, it's an opportunity for caseworkers to actually say thank you, to be able to take the time to actually give something. Giving something we've found is really important. But the value and the appreciation we get back from carers is embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing. It's effusive in the thanks, which I'm still trying to process what that actually means, why people are so grateful for that, other than what I feel is it's an appreciation without agenda. That's where I get to. It's just an acknowledgement without an agenda. The next piece of practical assistance we wanted to provide was professional portraits. Now, we all know the importance of photography for children in out-of-home care, the importance that often what children miss out in out-of-home care is recording and memories of their lives if they move around a lot. But what I didn't realise and what I underestimated was the importance of portraiture and photography for carers in being able to support children to understand their lives. And so I'll hand over to Nita to explain our professional portraits.
So during the Christmas time, we do Christmas contacts for children in care, and that is attended by all extended family. And we hired a professional photographer to come and take the photographs of the children. And so that's these contacts days are done in 3 to 4 days across different teams, and a framed photo has been given to the child, carer, and the family. It's a support for it's a child and the carer to build their identity, and carer to support the child to build their identity, and also good memories for the family.
So that occurs once a year. We've now been doing, I believe, 6 years. So there are children and families and carers that have received photos for 6 years of their children growing up. So, next thing was, what does one do over the long hot summer? If anyone's, well, we've all been there and thinking, wow, the first 2 weeks of holidays are bloody awesome, but then by the 3rd week we roll into Christmas, and then by early January you're done. One thing we can do is provide the wealthy grandparent role, which is supporting carer families to have access to a fun day out regularly, not as a once-off, but as an ongoing opportunity for them.
So we started this in Armadale in 2021. We selected around 65 eligible families across 8 care teams. The eligibility criteria was who is going to benefit from this the most and who is going to make use of it. And we purchased premium season passes for 65 families, and the premium pass will allow you to attend any day except for Christmas Day, I believe. So that goes from September to April, and the feedback was so great. So we expanded that to East Metro region, that included the Cannington district as well in 2022, and 116 families were provided with a premium season pass. And there are some of the photos that carers sent us back, and the feedback had been overwhelming. So when we consider a family for a season pass, a season pass is given to carers, their biological children, as well as their children in care, and also if there is an other adult household member in the family, they are also provided with a ticket. And so since last year, Adventure World started to do bulk booking for us. That made us life so easy. Than the first time we went into their website 65 times to book the ticket.
Yeah, so it's if you live in the general thing is if you live in the northern suburbs, you get Outback Splash. If you live in the southern suburbs, you get Adventure World. But always, yeah, who knew that actually season passes sell out? So you've got to get in on the first day. That's our learning. The last one, although there are more, is really the grandparent who wants to spend time with you and your children. Every school holidays, what we found is that most areas do school holiday activities, but really what we wanted to do is do a school holiday activity where we were able to give at least a full half day off to carers. We were able to get together with carers and spend time with them. We could offer proper coffee, we could offer a Mr. Whippy ice cream, and we could actually take kids off their hands for a full half day, as opposed to you can come to our activity but you still have to care for the kids.
So for the school holiday activity, as Ben said, that's one activity per every school holidays, and for the Christmas holiday, there's another big Christmas party. So this activity is done 3 times a year plus a Christmas party. It's a way to give carers a break as well as to support for them to engage children during the school holidays. We book some professional entertainers like disco party or bubble party, and so book a date, invite carers. All the children from carers family are welcome to attend, and even they have their other grandchildren, even though they are not living with them, they bring in the children. We provide afternoon tea, barbecue. Usually staff make a barbecue, and there's free coffee one, free ice cream one, and the coffee and ice cream are free, unlimited for the duration of the event. And carers get to relax and connect each other while the children are having fun. There's also creche provided for if the carers have babies, and so that allows them to engage with their older children in the activities.
Thanks, Nina. So really what this is, isn't it, is what we've found through the assistance of practical support, as well as skill support, as well as emotional support, is that how immensely helpful it's been, and we really underestimated that with our carers, that this is something that we can do but simply haven't done to this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to tack across to the cultural space now, which is something that we've been running in Armidale and Cannington now for 5, 6 years. Yep, one of those 5 or 6 years. And really what this is as I mentioned before, there's 550 odd Aboriginal children in out-of-home care in the East Metropolitan region, but there are 200 Aboriginal children that are not living with family. To be able to provide support to carers, to be able to develop a child's cultural identity is really core to who we are as a child protection system, and as a community. It's legislated, so it's under Section 12 of our legislation. It's regulated. It's under the carer competencies, number 1AA, something like that. And it's really a core goal of all of our society in terms of closing the gap. Happy Closing the Gap Day today as well. One of the biggest questions that we get as a department is, I'm looking after an Aboriginal child, how do I be culturally competent? And one of the things that we struggle to answer is, how do you be culturally competent? And it's really a really tricky and vexing question that we have really struggled with. And obviously this is a question that we can't answer. We have to answer together as a community. Really what the question is how do I support the Aboriginal child that I'm caring for at this moment to grow up to be strong and proud of who they are? So the cultural space was created about 5 or 6 years ago. I want to be really clear is that the cultural space it complements the immersion of a child in their community and their family. It doesn't replace that. It is a complementary function. A child having ongoing contact and immersion with their biological family is paramount in all of this. It really clicked for me when, and I haven't seen Dawn here today, when Dawn, one of Dawn's comments is that culture is, and I'm going to butcher it, but culture is not something you teach. Culture is something you catch, as in you're around it and you catch it. That for me has always been a profound learning moment, learning from one of our local great Aboriginal leaders. So 5 or 6 years ago, 2 Aboriginal practice leaders in Armidale created the Cultural Space, which was a fortnightly opportunity for carers to come together in a safe space to learn, to be immersed amongst other Aboriginal people, both our Aboriginal practice leaders and local community members, to learn about and be immersed around Aboriginal people and Aboriginal ways of doing things. So for 6 years, the process is that kids come, the kids go off into their own cultural creche run by Emerson. Poor old Emerson, she looks tired, from the creche, not from any other reason. And then the carers are immersed amongst our Aboriginal practice leaders, Aboriginal community members and Aboriginal elders, learning topics, sometimes going off-site, and then coming together with their kids for food and all the community members at the end. So over 6 years, there's been hundreds of sessions now, and it's been running consistently, and I'd just like to hand over to Emerson and Lauren to talk through the cultural space. We're going to sit down.
Hi, I'm Verity, and I'm going to begin the conversation so that I can introduce you to Emerson and Lauren, because we are sharing this journey together over this year, 2023, mainly. And every time we introduce ourselves at a session, it gets to Emerson and Lauren and they go shy and they actually don't say how amazing they are. So when we were preparing this presentation, I said, well, how about I introduce you? Then I can embarrass you completely on stage. So I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget anything. Ben, you can jump in if you think of anything amazing I forget. So I work closely with these 2 Yamaji women, and as a non-Aboriginal person, I really appreciate that because they guide me every single day, pick up my language errors and use teaching moments to help me learn. And we're here to share with you what the cultural space looks like today in the East Metro region. Lauren is the Regional Aboriginal Project Officer for the cultural space, and we love her title because it makes her sound awesome and important. She is a co-founder of the program and works tirelessly on bringing new content and information to carers every month, in fact every week. I'm introducing Lauren because I know, as I said to you, she won't tell you herself how much work she puts in, and she might downplay the cultural knowledge she brings to every single session. Jobless. Lauren has worked for 13 years as a youth and family support worker at the Armidale District. She's a foster carer and she understands the daily struggles and joys of this role. Emerson is a youth and family support worker at the Armidale District Office. Emerson has been instrumental in the formation of Kulanga Katajan, which is children learning. So it's the cultural play group running at the same time as the cultural space sessions. She also coordinates our socials, our graphic designer. She's our Zhuzha. We actually didn't know how to spell that, so Zhuzha. And with her siblings, she shares her mum Lauren with a foster brother. So the reason I'm actually sitting in the middle is because there's the whole mum-daughter thing going on, and so just in case, here I am. Nah, not really. They're awesome.
Rose between 2 thorns.
Yeah, that's it. Rose between 2 thorns, Lauren said. So I'm actually going to talk about my role a little bit in a minute, and I'm going to pass over to Emerson now to do her thing.
Is this? Yep, cool. So, as you can see, this is our schedule for 2023. The program has progressed so far in the past 6 years. We originally, as Ben was saying, was a fortnightly session. It at one point went to monthly because we thought it was too much. And now we've just amped it up and gone weekly. So as you can see, the first Friday we have a session called our Barnet Barna, which Verity will explain in a little bit. We've got a Danju Cardigan session, which is together learning. This session, that's our sort of theory session in a way, is where we sit down with the carers and we go through different topics and lots of different things, and we try to chuck in a few excursions along the way because it can get too full on sitting in a room often. We have our school holiday sessions in there. We've done lots of things. Our last Friday we did a tour of Kings Park. So we do lots of different things around culturally significant places in Boorloo, or Perth. What else? We amped it up with the 4 sessions this year because the feedback from some of our carers was that they wanted some hard topics. But we needed to think about our new carers who were coming on board. We didn't want to scare them with the real hard yarns, so we thought divide it without going, no, you can't go here, you can't go here. So the Dandru Cardigan is like our beginners are just coming in, just learning about how they can keep their kids connected to culture. And our Bardat Barna as the story animals is sort of a graduation in a sense, our carers who feel they have learnt a lot. So as Ben was saying, I run the Coolingga Cardigan, well, oversee it. The Coolingga Cardigan is you right? I'm going ad lib, I know.
Lauren just said she's gone rogue. She's
gone
gone
rogue.
off the notes. It's good. Keep
Coolingga
going.
Cardigan runs every session when we've got the carers session running, except for our school holiday and excursion, so they can together learn. The creche is a place for our kids to be immersed in culture. It's run and staffed by all Aboriginal staff, which is amazing and has taken 6 years to get an all Aboriginal staff. They learn lots of different things in line also with like fine motor skills and all stuff that babies need to learn. So, what else? We've teamed up with Verity this year to incorporate the story animals, as I said earlier. Our sessions, we've aligned our calendar this year with the 6 Noongar seasons. So instead of your typical term 1, term 2, term 3, we've gone with, the seasons. We've also aligned our topics each season with the principles of Aboriginal mental health and closing the gaps target, which, funnily enough, it is today. I think that's really it from me. I've gone my rogueness. Back to Verity now.
Take the mic off her.
Cool.
Thanks, Emerson. No, it's good information. I get to explain the horrendogram, but this is the bubble where we want to, as I worked with Emerson and Lauren, we saw how the cultural spaces for carers, I saw that, but it's also linked to learning for our staff, and it's really important for the cultural support plans for Aboriginal children in care. So we could see that we couldn't have one without the other. It's all linked, which you can see by this diagram with the cultural space is sort of central, and care is important there, but you can see how it links with the staff information and how we share that information also with children. But that feeds back into us, helping us build really good, strong cultural plans for children in care, and making that a real experience for everybody and for everybody to share and learn. So sharing information, themes and stories from each carer session with staff and children does help us reinforce messages and going as deep as we can to answer questions, grow and share our knowledge together. It really does helps keep us focused. So that's how we came up with this. And now I'm going to pass over. No, it's me again. You might be wondering about, the story animals. So I'm holding a barramundi, and we have Gracie Galah, and we have Sapphire Snake, and there's Ark the Crow. So the story animals are characters of 11 yarn books. And so we brought these with us today because it's pretty hard to sort of describe them without showing you them. So that's why they're also our safety objects. So feeling a bit nervous, we can sit here and hold them and feel okay about sitting here in front of you talking. Today is not about the story animals because I feel like I could bring you an entire hour just talking about them. But what we really wanted to do is, the books have been developed with a team of others over the last 10 years. They're being used in child protection practice to talk about safety, understand big emotions such as grief and loss, and also prepare for the future. Bardip Bana is the name that Emerson helped me understand, means story animals. It's the Noongar name for story animals. That's why we're called the sessions Bardip Bana. So Emerson, Lauren and I have designed that monthly session for carers, or fortnightly I guess, to explore and understand how to use each of the books, including the cultural significance of the animals. So the picture here is actually from a session a couple of weeks ago where we talked about Eli's Yarn, and Eli's Yarn is a book about an eagle. He's actually, I should have brought Eli to show you, he's got, it's actually eagle poo in his belly, but it's made out of squishy sort of plastic fabric. It's a story about letting go, and for children who need to understand it's okay to be angry, you can use those little squishy things and you can be angry and throw them safely against something. Makes a really satisfying noise. So we can have that conversation around when you're feeling angry, you need to feel it, but what's a safe way of expressing your anger? So these are the kinds of things we talk about at the sessions, understanding the many, many different applications of the story, how they can be used statewide very differently, and Emerson and Lauren also bring their part of these sessions is bringing information and helping us understand about significance of the eagle, what role the eagle plays in culture, the eagle's name, which is Walich. And so it's just a really nice way to, one, understand how to use a really practical resource and take that home so that you can understand how to use it with the children who are with you in your home, sharing that with schools and with families, but yeah, also a nice way to have really safe conversations. Apparently we've got 5 minutes left. So, building on from this, I'm just gonna, these are the pictures here, they'll go back one, but anyway, that's a session from the making session. So we actually have, Ramita, they come along, and we had some of our carers share, who are here today, also who said to us, we're not really keen to do some sewing, we'd like to do some making. And so we got them to come along. They bring recycled products, and at these making sessions we actually make the characters. We have some play mats and we talk through that. So it's a bit of fun and reduced everyone's anxiety about needing to learn to sew. You can just come along and make. I'm going to recreate. Yes. So I'm going to hand over to Lauren, who's going to talk about the next bit.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk about Danju Cardigan. So that means together learning. So carers yarn, Danju, together, with Aboriginal staff and other carers about providing culturally safe care for our Aboriginal children. As Emerson said earlier, excursions are a regular part of the running calendar and take place in culturally significant places. You stole my lines.
Sorry.
Okay, I was all prepared. Alrighty. So in 2023, we decided we needed a reset. So, So Connection to Country we did with Belinda Cox from Duralee Dreaming. So we went down to Kent Street Weir. The children had, as you can see in the photos there, so they were able to, we learnt about the Waggle story, just a connection to country, immersing them in their culture. Some of the young boys went out to learned how to do some hunting with their sticks, and the young girls, with their spears, and the girls would use the digging sticks. And so the carers and the children, all together we did that. So learnt the Dreamtime stories, learnt about different laws, so skin groups, tasting bush foods in the area, and the important roles within our Aboriginal families and culture, as I said. So Boonaroo season. So this season was focused with the yarning session. So it covered all things such as back to country trips. So that was 4 weeks ago. So we met with the carers because they raised a concern, or they were worried about returning to country with some of the children in their care. So we just safely talked about what that would look like, the cultural aspects to that, and understanding, Kin, go on.
We had some of our Aboriginal practice leaders come along, and we developed a bit of a tip sheet about started to put together a tip sheet of what kind of like, I think Dallas mentioned TripAdvisor. So what do you need to know? What are those practical things that would be most useful to know when you're preparing? That was a really good thing to come out of that session.
That's it. Right.
So this is a photo from our reset session where we had the little babies hanging out. So this is like calling a cardigan, but yeah, I covered it earlier, I feel. And this is a nice little photo of the kids playing. Each month after our Danju cardigan sessions, we choose a book, carefully select a book. For each carer and child that's attended the session, we send out a book as a thank you for coming and to continue their learning when they head home.
Yep.
Anything else?
Righty.
Cool. Yep.
Do you want to talk?
I was just gonna, did you want to, Emerson, do you want to talk about the Instagram and the socials?
We have an Instagram and Facebook page, as you can see just on the screen. We share Noongar Word of the Week. We do some 2 Yamaji's cooking special that the carers get a good laugh out of. We have, I do Arnie Emerson's book readings. I try to do it quite often, but sometimes it doesn't happen. What else? We do live updates. It's really good, and we find that we have lots of carers who also share stuff that they've found. If there's events happening in Perth, they'll go, oh, we're heading to this, who's coming? And they all just sort of meet up together, and it's a really good way to continue the learning outside of the classroom and a shared learning that everyone sends through their own stuff.
Connected the carers together as well. They've supported one another.
Yep.
We had one carer mention that she had to take a child to a medical appointment, and the young child in her care was running in a race at school, and she was like, I just can't be there for him. So all the carers band together and we all went and we're his cheer squad. So just something as simple as that. I know as a foster care, that's a big, big thing, missing your child's running race. But that networking and that connection with the carers has really, is quite strong. Sorry.
Thanks, Lauren and Emerson. I think the thing I'm most proud of these guys is the fact that these things are great ideas. These things are awesome to start, but the actual keeping it going for a significant period of time is the trick. And it's also the long grind of it all is really difficult. And the fact that it's been going for 6 years, and it's been going no less than monthly, but really regularly, weekly or fortnightly, I think is an incredible effort for these guys, by these guys. And it's, as I said, it doesn't replace the importance of biological family and children being immersed with their biological family, but it is our attempt to support children, to carers to answer the question, what does it mean to be culturally competent? So I suppose the next steps from here is really, I'm the executive director that oversees the fostering policy in the state. Really, we are committed to care arrangements being the principle of care arrangements being the central side of healing, and really viewing carers as an extension of our workforce. And so the cultural space expansion and having a look how this can be used across the state as part of the Foster Care Refresh project, but also the practical supports. We feel that this is such a benefit that we can support foster carers with, that really we need to support the whole state doing that as well. So thank you for your time, and thanks for your attendance at the conference as well.
Thank you very much, guys. Some fantastic initiatives there, so thank you for sharing that. Now that brings us pretty much to the end of the conference now, so I hope everyone's enjoyed the sessions over the last couple of days. I have to say that I thought that there was a really great range of different topics and some great speakers, so I think it was, I certainly got a lot out of it, so I hope you did as well. A couple of things before we close off. All of the presentation material that's been shared here over the last couple of days will be going up onto the FCAWA website on the conference section of the website, so you'll be able to download that if you'd like. Next week, yep. There will be, after this, there will be some afternoon tea, and I believe the masseurs are out there again. Excellent. But before we close off, we've still got a last video that we thought we'd share with you, the one that we couldn't share with you yesterday. And as soon as that's finished, Faye's going to come up and officially close the conference. Right. Are you able to do the video? Excellent.
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Faith.
Faith, how old are you?
12 years old.
Wow. And where are you from?
I'm from Swindon.
Are you feeling nervous?
No.
Nervous and excited.
What did you think when you woke up this morning?
I was like, oh my days. Is this even real? I started pinching myself. Oh, this isn't real. I can't be doing this. Yeah.
Got a great personality. Can I ask you a question? Have you ever had moments when you've lost your confidence? I'm really curious.
I have lost my confidence a little bit with like a bit of negative energy from different schools, but my mum and my dad, they helped me get through that, which is why I'm here today. So.
Okay, my darling. Well, good luck. This is your moment.
Thank you.
She's so cute.
Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day, and I never lost 1 minute of sleep. Yeah, right now worry about the way that things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, proud Mary keep on burning, and we're rolling, rolling, yes, yeah, we're rolling on a river, the river, yeah. Say I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day, and I never lost 1 minute of sleep. Yeah, worry about the way things might have been. Big wheels keep on turning, proud Mary keep on rolling, rolling, yeah, we're rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, yeah, we're rolling on the river. The river, do 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 do.
She's got fun!
Cleaned a lot of places down in Memphis, pumped a lot of tanks down in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the city till I hitched a ride on the river going. Big wheels keep on turning, proud Mary keep on rolling, rolling, yeah, we're rolling on the river. Yeah, we're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Hey,
And Freddie.
I
hope you've all enjoyed the conference. So I have immensely, and it's great to see so many people still here. I thought you might be running away at the last session, but I'm glad you stayed for the girls from Armidale who presented their lovely cultural space. I want to say a big, huge thank you to my lovely Freddie and David. David, thank you so much, because I really talked him into being our MC, and I'm so glad he did, because he's presented beautifully today and yesterday, taken time off from work, so we really appreciate that. And to my wonderful Freddie, who I love dearly, who we couldn't run this sort of thing without her. Honestly, she's an absolute angel, and I love her to bits. And she's why it's run so smoothly, because she's just across everything. I keep telling her she's got ADHD, but she doesn't believe me. She's got OCD, definitely. But a great big thank you to both of you. I just think the conference has been fabulous. So, bye.